Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican police service watching. That's literally not true. Oh, for Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. We are starting part 2 of day 1 of the Ashley Benefield trial. Welcome. We called it. We knew this was going to happen. Greeners, first in chat today. Congratulations, Greeners. You've cracked the code. You know how to be here. I think you're able to be first in chat. You're able to be here before I even open up the chat room. I don't know how this works. I think we need an investigation of some sort into your behavior. But congratulations, Greeners. We're going to send it to you with internet ownership.
Saw a chicken fighting
Because of your success. So congratulations. Just keep it running for the rest of us. We're going to be happy. We are going to be returning to court in just a moment. And for those that might have just be joining us for the first time right now, today, we just started a new trial today.
I would lose my mind.
We just started a new trial today, and that is the Ashley Benefield. It's a murder trial out of Florida. We're in Manatee County, Florida, which is, I believe, 14th Judicial Circuit down there. Same circuit as our Judge Carroll in the Maya trial, if you remember. They're over in Saratoga. But this trial is, it sort of snuck up on us as far as the spiciness level. I didn't know it was going to be as interesting as it is. But we'll bring up, let me see, I think we're just looking at the wall right now. That's it. We're looking at the wall. We have, our counter today is, we're back to counting just, oops, that's not it. That's the wrong logo. Just switch that out. There we go. We are back to counting objections. We're up to 28 already, and we've only had 2 witnesses on the stand for the prosecution. We had first the cousin of the victim. You guys are just ruthless with those sound effects. I'm going to turn them down a little bit. We had the cousin of the victim, who was Tommy. The victim was Doug. And then we had the daughter of the victim, who was Eva. And those 2 have testified. The spiciness, the back and forth between the lawyers has been a lot. And, of course, this court takes its time with handling objections. And so we've even had the jury leave and the witness leave, and then we've handled objections and brought it back.
I saw a chicken fight.
You guys like that sound effect? I need to give you the full sound, which for some reason we don't have.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let's see. I think I called it Polo, right?
If they
Pollo.
didn't, I would lose my mind.
If they didn't, I would lose my mind. Let's see if I can do the full sound effect. Ready?
I saw a chicken fight. Very colorful chicken fighting another chicken. I don't remember ever seeing that happen before.
There it is. That's the full sound effect. I don't know why I can't get the thing to work like that. That was a sound bite from, let's see, whose court was that?
Alex stole it as well.
Judge Cedric Simpson. Judge Simpson's court.
I'm not a cat.
So, anyway, good stuff. We have, I said polo, but I meant pollo because pollo is chicken. I've said Marco Polo since I was a kid, and so I look at that and I say polo, but pollo is chicken in Spanish. I know my language, but I'll still say polo because I mess it up. All right, what did I have for lunch? I had, Allison, thanks for asking, by the way. I had a delicious salad with an avocado. Well, the avocado was the star of the salad, I should say. I also had some bacon bits and a little bit of croutons and I did some mozzarella cheese. They were actually the string cheese, but I chopped it up and I ate it like a heathen, chopped up with a knife instead of with my fingers as was intended. But it was I didn't eat the salad with my fingers. I just chopped up the cheese. And my favorite Olive Garden Italian dressing.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Okay, it's my diet. I'm eating rabbit food, Kelly. I actually am, and I think I've lost about 20 pounds, which is great. I've got a few more to go. I had a goal to be a little further down than where I am right now before I head back out and see my family who hasn't seen me in but 5 years. They're going to see that I'm twice the man they knew me as. I'd like to be less than twice, so that's where we're headed for. Sorry, that one got caught in my throat. Fringo has good string cheese. I think it was Fringo, not light string cheese, just regular. We have had a spicy morning in court. Very spicy. The objections are flying. I think it's a sign of what's to come in this court. Unfortunately, we expect more terrible sound. And I told you I was going to nerd out a little bit and tell you why the sound was bad in this courtroom. And it has to do not so much with the mics, because the mics are placed well. We're getting everyone's voices. We can hear everybody. But the problem is I've got a lot of siblings. There's 10 of us. So yeah, I've got some siblings. But we've got I believe some sort of either compression or I have to hear it again to make sure exactly what it is. But either we've got some compression going on or some sort of expander going on that is trying to bring the quiet noises up to the same level as bringing the loud noises down to the same level. Usually that's compression. It compresses it all and makes that happen. And so during quiet times, say like when the court is, wow, somebody's happy to be there. Big smile. When people are walking back to the bench after a bench conference and everyone's quiet, the mics and the processing is trying to make all the sounds the mics are picking up just as loud as the sound when someone's talking into the microphone. And so we get this deafening stampede sound as people tap dance their way back to their benches. So it can be fixed. Unfortunately, it can't be fixed by me on this end. It has to be fixed on that end. I need to read what's on the wall there. It says occupancy is limited to 130 persons by order of, I believe, the fire marshal. By order of the fire marshal. Right. Is this like a real courtroom? Yeah, real courtroom. And the sound is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Hard walls, hard floors, hard ceiling, windows, everything. It's the worst possible recording environment. And that's where we decide to spend our days. Let's see. Yeah, we're far below the fire limit. I think we'll try to count next time we see everybody in court. But 130, that would be a packed room. All right. Which one do we think was Ashley's mother? She was the one that just came in just a moment ago. I can show you on the replay if you need. Let's see. Where's my replay?
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
Trying to scroll through a little faster and it's not working. Camera 3. Hang on one second. We thought, let's see. Nope, let's go back to 2. That's not it. Trying to see where she was. There we go. Let's go to 8. We think that was her. Let me rewind a little bit. She came in, she was big smile. We'll play that again. She goes over to the side where the Benefields are on, where Ashley's on. So I think that that might be a relative of hers or some supporter. Anyway, waiting for court to start. It's going to be about 15 minutes, so we'll be back in just a bit with them. All right, let's get my replay back where it goes. For those that are curious, I've been waiting anxiously for a replay control keyboard. I ordered it May 2nd. May the 2nd, that's when I ordered it. And it still has not been shipped from the manufacturer. So I called and talked to Sweetwater, that's where I ordered it from, and they basically say they expect it to ship the week I'm traveling to my vacation. So I can't have it ship here once I'm gone. I can ship it to my Airbnb once I arrive, but I've got them on notice now. As soon as it comes in, they're not going to ship it. They're going to wait. They're going to call me and say, "Where are you?" And I'm going to say, "Okay, ship it to this address," and that's where it's going to be. So I'm excited. We might have that replay unit working during our vacation, which is great. It will allow me to do what we just did right there in moments. Like anytime we need to back up and see something, we could do it very, very quickly. All right. Jinx says, new to this trial, what is it about? This is a murder trial, as most of them are, Jinx. But this is a murder trial where Ashley Benefield, the woman we just saw on the screen just a moment ago, is accused of murdering her estranged husband. They met at a political convention. They dated for almost 3 weeks before getting married. Or excuse me, almost 2 weeks. Yes, almost 2 weeks before getting married, just 13 days. She whipped out the credit card and plopped down a sizable chunk of change to reverse his vasectomy, which was successful because they got pregnant within like a month or so after. And once she got pregnant, things sort of fell apart and they separated. The separation lasted throughout the pregnancy, even so that the dad, Doug, did not even know that he had a child that was born until weeks afterwards. There was a custody battle that ensued so that he would get visitation of the child. And while that was happening, right before it concluded,
good afternoon. We are back
he
on
was
the
shot.
record.
She said it was self-defense.
State versus Ashley Benefield. After our lunch break, Mr. Taylor, if you would do me a favor, that witness list that I used to read to the jury at the beginning, I keep that on my desk, so I know you took it back for your records. If you could burn me a copy, not right now, but probably Wednesday or Thursday,
of course,
when we're getting close for you to take over, because I do keep track of evidence and witnesses that way.
I'll make arrangements for a copy to be at Your Honor's chambers this afternoon.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Judge, we'll need the system with Mr. Sand, please.
All right.
I don't know.
The gentleman there in the white shirt and tie was our first witness. That's Tommy Benefield, the cousin of Doug. Okay. That loud noise you hear is the motor lowering the screen,
Audio and video.
projector screen.
The 911 call. Yes, ma'am.
These are, I don't know who want me to give these to. Those are for
Me.
the jury. If you'll double check that there's 9 there, sir.
Okay.
And then this is one for you.
Thank you.
And we gave one to the court reporter.
That might be his wife sitting next to him.
For me.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know if I gave you an extra.
The gentleman without the hair, that is Mr. Taylor. He's the defense attorney. That gentleman there that just walked on screen with the bigger guy in the blue shirt, he is Mr. Taylor's paralegal assistant. That's Miss Ashley Benefield there in the blue shirt. She's the defendant.
It works.
So much noise right now.
Nor did the address in your emergency. Well, that did not work. Judge, do you want these ones, or do you have them already? The edited recording and the transcript, do you want them, or you don't have to? It's the jury instructions, sorry, on 2.2, and I think we would need 2.2 and
2.6.
Yes, sir.
I have both.
Okay.
This court has more paper than the rest of the country combined, and they shuffle it incessantly. Looks like Corey Richens, similar sort of setup.
Yes. I am informed, doing my best to try to keep up with everything. I've kind of misled the court, I'm afraid, to some extent. We actually filed an amended defense witness list. Our arrangements have that copy of the change. All right. And I don't think there's anything significant that was either on there or removed that would change it.
All right, hope not.
He was connected earlier. Did you switch your phone?
Oh, we need to switch.
I believe the line is, all that she wants is another baby. She's gone tomorrow, boy.
Okay, thank you. We can figure out why it wasn't working. There we go. Let me just make sure the audio works.
She just came over.
Okay.
Not sure what we were listening to there, but it looks like we get a 911 call. It'll be coming in briefly.
So we don't need to lower the lights.
Yeah.
She leads a lonely life. You got the reference, yes. I've taken off the top end, some of the higher noise of the paper.
It's just audio.
Just ear-splitting frequencies.
Right.
I've trimmed those out.
Transcript.
That's base of base. Yes, deep
All right,
cuts.
Stady, you ready to call them in?
Yes. Do you want him in now or when the jury comes in?
No, the jury.
Oh, the jury. Yes.
I apologize. It wasn't a good question.
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready for me to call the jury in?
Ready.
Also, I have been handed a stack of transcripts for the 911 call by John Sant, and it looks like the redactions have been done mechanically with black boxes and black lines. Have you had a chance to review the redacted transcripts?
We have, Judge. We're in agreement.
All right, so everybody's okay with it?
Yes, sir.
Bring them in.
Mr. O'Keefe doing a quick mop of the brow. It is hot outside.
You will bring the jury.
There's Mr. Newman. Judge summons the jury. We're ready to begin. Let's see.
All right, you all can have a seat. Welcome back, everybody. You know the questions I'm going to ask. Did anybody discuss the case amongst yourselves or begin deliberations? Talk about the case with anybody outside the jury, or do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about?
No.
Everybody says no. When we left off, the state was still in presenting its case. So state, call your next witness.
State calls John Sant.
Jurors entering. Thank you, Nigel. Taking a seat. If you type !seat, like happens here, you'll get a response that says, "Welcome. Please take your reserved seat." It's something we offer for members, a virtual seat.
Please swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I try it. I try, Bodie. I really do.
Hello, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm going to be presiding over this case. I've been told, sir, that you may need some assisted listening devices. It might help. All right. Here's a pair that you can use. Put that on. Just keep this facing forward. You should be good. As you see, you might have to turn it around the other way.
This way?
Yes, sir. I think that'll work better. And the deputy will show you how to adjust it. Oh, did I scare you? Too loud? Okay, sorry about that.
This is volume control. Okay.
It deafens the deaf man.
All right, sir. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's fine.
I apologize about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's all right.
Sir, my name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that seat. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, or right as you need it. Just speak in a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, and we'll be able to hear everything.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Please state your name.
John William Sant, Jr.
How do you spell Sant?
S-A-N-T.
Where do you live?
In 11327 in White Rock Terrace in Bradenton.
Okay. And did you live next door to Ashley Benefield and her mother, Alicia Byers?
I did.
Do you still live at that same address?
I do.
Do they still live at the same address?
No.
Okay. Did Ashley have a child when you lived next to each other?
She did.
About how old was the child last time you were together?
At the house, in the neighborhood?
When they were living in the neighborhood?
I'd say 18 months to 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember a day when Ashley came to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week that was?
It was on a Sunday.
And what time of day was it? Light out, dark out?
It was still light, but it was probably early evening. It was between football games.
Okay, so it was between the football games on a Sunday?
Right.
All right. Still light out?
That's how we measure time.
What do you remember about Ashley coming over?
From the very beginning?
Right.
Well, I heard a very loud pounding on my door, and kind of startled me. But it was loud. And I went and I looked out through the little window, and there wasn't anyone there. So I thought, well, went to the back and looked out the back. I even looked out the side and didn't see anybody. And I was thinking, well, one of my grandkids has a friend in that area there, and I thought they might be messing around, but I didn't see anything. So I guess it was a few minutes. Nobody, must be just someone screwing around. And it happened again.
The pounding?
The pounding happened again, yeah.
I'm having a little trouble here.
All right. Yeah, if we can get you to scoot up a little bit. There you go.
Sorry. What part do you want me to start at again?
Okay, so the pounding started again?
The pounding started for the second time, yes.
Okay, and what did you do then?
At that point, now I'm starting to get a little concerned. Someone's trying to either break in or a home invasion and that. So I went back into my room, went into my closet, and I pulled my weapon out.
Okay. And you say weapon, what kind of weapon was that?
It was a Glock 23 40 cal.
Okay. So you had your own firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
You pulled that out, and what did you do?
I then came from the closet back towards the door and decided at that point, let's look out the door one more time before I load one in and take it to the door. So I just set it down on the little table beside my chair.
So you set the gun down?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I left, and then I went back to the door.
And
I looked out again, and then that's when I saw I saw a leg sticking out. Someone was sitting on the stoop.
Okay. So you saw a leg. You think someone was sitting?
They were sitting.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Well, then I kind of noticed who the leg belonged to, or I thought I did. And I went and I opened the door.
And did you know who it was when you saw the person?
I assumed who it was when I looked out the window.
When you opened the door, could you see who it was?
Well, by the time I got the door open, she was standing up.
So you saw who it was?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was Ashley.
Okay. And you kind of pointed over that direction. You see her in the room today?
She's over next to Mr. Taylor, yeah.
Stipulate that it's Miss Benefield, Your Honor.
Stipulation to ID?
Yes.
Okay. And what did Ashley say when you opened the door?
As soon as I opened the door, before I could say anything, she said, he attacked me.
And is that all she said?
At that point, I said, who? And he said, Doug. He attacked me, and I shot him.
Okay. Is that all she said to you?
That's all she said.
Did she have a weapon with her?
I didn't see it at that point.
Did you see a weapon eventually?
Eventually.
Where was that weapon?
It was laying down just to the right of my door where I couldn't see it where I was standing at that point.
And when did you see that weapon?
Well, after she said, and I shot him, I said, well, you better come in. And I moved to the left to let her in, and that's when I noticed it lying there on the ground.
Okay. And what was it?
It was a handgun.
What did you do with that handgun?
Once I got her in the house, I told her, I said, I can't leave that out there. No, I don't know whether she responded or not, but then I went out, reached down, picked it up by the trigger guard, brought it back in the house, and set it down inside the door.
Okay. And when you say inside the door, was that on the floor or was there a table?
It was on the floor.
On the floor. So once you brought her into the house, where did you go?
Once I brought the weapon in, I shut the door and locked it. And I looked at her and I said, what condition is Doug in? And she said, I don't know. Or she said, don't know. She just don't know. I said, where's your mother in Emerson? And she said, at the park.
So you knew her mother and you knew Emerson, her daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And she said at the park?
At the park.
And at some point during this conversation when she was at your house, did she tell you that that gun was hers?
After listening to the tapes, I was able to hear her say it, but it was really faint, yeah.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
Have you listened to the 911 call?
Many times.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. You can take a look at this. What is this?
I don't know. It's a disc, I guess.
It's a disc?
Okay, yeah.
The 911 call?
Oh, okay.
And when you listened to this 911 call, was it an accurate representation of your conversation with the person on the other line?
I don't think he identified that disc.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
He
yeah.
said okay.
It wasn't me.
Pardon?
Yes, I recognize my own voice.
The state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
We received.
What was Ashley's mood when she was there?
I'm sorry, Ashley's what?
Ashley's mood?
Terrified.
Okay. Was she, do you remember her crying?
I didn't remember her crying until I was listening to those tapes, and then it sounded like she was crying, but she just couldn't get any words out. After that last statement about where her mother and daughter were, that was really the last coherent amount of any words that ever came out of her mouth that I could understand. At that point, it was just stuttering and shaking and sobbing.
Okay. So you did not have any other conversations with her, meaningful conversations with her after that?
No, the rest of the conversation was a 911 operator.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit number 1.
Members of the jury, when physical evidence, documents, photographs, video or audio recordings, and so forth are admitted or received by the court, they may be published to the jury. This means shown to the jury. Depending on the type of evidence, it might be shown to you on the overhead screen, through the sound system, handed out for you to look at, or shown to you. Evidence that is admitted or received by the court will be available to you during your deliberations, and you will have as much time as you need to review and consider the evidence. Members of the jury, you are about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to, view, and consider the evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Finally, you are about to hear a recorded conversation. This recorded conversation is proper evidence, and you may consider it just as any other evidence. You are also going to be furnished a transcript of the recorded conversation. The recording is the evidence, and the transcript is being provided to you only as a guide to help you follow along as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recording and what you read in the transcript, you must rely on what you hear and not what you have read. Also, any notes that you want to make during the playing of the audio should be on your notepads. Once we have played this audio for you, the transcript, as I said, is not evidence. You will not be allowed to keep the transcript, and the transcript will not go back with you during your deliberations. But the audio recording will be available. So you just take one and pass it down.
The judge is very good at explaining things in great detail.
Help yourself, sir. Yeah, if you want some water.
Ashley doesn't appear to be looking at the jury very much. The jury would be off far to her right. You don't catch her glancing over that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Manatee County 911, what is the address of your emergency?
Hi, my address is 11327.
We already know his address.
Okay, can you repeat that for me to make sure I have it correctly?
The house next door, honey, what's your address? Okay, it's right next door to me. She just came over. Her strange husband attacked her, and she says she shot him. Now, we've not gone over there yet. What's his name? Who?
What is his name?
His name is Doug Benefield.
Okay.
I have not gone over there. I'm not go back.
I don't want you to go over there. Stay on the line just one moment. I'm going to connect you over to the sheriff's dispatch, okay?
Okay.
One moment.
Calm down, honey. Calm down.
What is your name, sir?
My name's John Sant, KNT. I live next to
Office dispatch on a recorded line. This is Gabby. How can I help you? Hey, Gabby, it's Kieran. On the 11327, I have John Singer on the phone. He's saying the neighbor came over, female neighbor. It was a domestic. She shot her husband.
Okay. All right, I'm going to get that on the screen, okay?
Okay.
What screen is this correct?
The 11327 White Rock Terrace.
Okay.
That's my address.
That's your address? What's her address? Where does it occur at?
Her address is right next to, I believe it's 11331.
She's on the corner?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, on the corner. She's with me now, quite upset. The weapon is here.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go over and look at anything, or just wait for the...
No, I want you to just wait for the police, okay?
All right, if you could just get them here quick. She came in, she was quite hysterical. I didn't know who was banging on my door. Said that he attacked her, and she shot him.
Okay. I'm just getting that all on the screen, okay?
Okay. I know, honey. Come on. I know. Go ahead, ma'am.
Where is the gun? Is it with her, or is it just...
I have it right here, ma'am. It's sitting on the floor inside the door. My door's locked, so in case he isn't, he can't get up. I'm also armed if he does come over and try to harm her, just so everybody knows.
Okay.
I'm kind of concerned with her mother and the little girl might get back there and find this whatever happened. Don't go out there, honey. Come on. I know. Come on, honey. Sit down. I know.
Yeah. All right, I just want you guys to stay on the phone with me, okay?
No, I'm right here with you. I'm just with her. I'm trying to comfort her. We're in the house. Well, the police are going to want to know, probably. I know, baby. You got to sit down. Come on. There's no... well, honey, they want you to stay here. If he isn't, we can't take a chance. That's why I want them to hurry up before we get back to the park.
Deputies are moving as fast as their hand. They're coming priority. They're coming lights and sirens. They just want to get and make sure that everything's okay. I want to... So where in the house is he?
Where in the house is he? My bedroom. Her bedroom. No, I don't know where that is. So it's one of the bedrooms. It's a lot like mine, so I'm going to assume when you go into is the garage door open? When you go into the garage, it's going to be on the left? On the left.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm just getting that typed up, okay?
What, ma'am?
I'm just getting everything on the screen, okay?
Okay.
I should have Deputy pulling up here soon. Do you see him?
No, I'm in the back now looking out. I know which way the park is in Central Park here.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, the sheriff's here. Thank heavens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you
the sheriff's car just pulled.
Yeah,
what do you want us to do?
The address. I'm going to stay on the line with you until a deputy gets with you, okay?
Okay. Okay, the sheriff is here. I'm not too sure where they're going.
I'm just staying on the line with you. The deputies.
I'm right here. I haven't left yet.
Yeah.
I just see it's a SUV sitting out there in front of my neighbor's house, right in front of my house. Just to calm, you know, they're going to take you into custody. You know that, right? Okay, just you know, you just calm down and just calm. Okay. Mm-hmm. I know.
That's Eva, the second girl back there. She was the second witness.
You just let me know when they come knock on your door, okay?
She's Doug's
Are they
daughter.
coming now, the police?
They will. They're waiting for a little bit of additional units. They want to have everything.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad that, geez, we got to get a hold of it. Don't go out. Until the police officer comes and look.
I know a lot of people have opinions as to whether this is genuine or not. Let's share it respectfully, please.
They're going to let me know what they want me to tell you, okay? They're just waiting to make sure that they have other people with them. They don't want anything to get out of hand without having proper backup, you know?
Yeah. Well, like I said, the weapon's here. Mm-hmm. I just want them to know that exactly where it's just sitting right inside the door. It's on the floor. And I did reach out when she ran in and picked it up off my front patio and brought it in. I wasn't going to leave it outside.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another police officer.
Is it just inside the front door or the back door?
Say that again?
Is it just inside the front door or like the back door patio area?
I'm by the front door. She came in the front. I'm sitting here staring at an officer right now. Okay. Looks like he's talking to one of the other cars. Neither one of them are moving.
Yeah. I'll let you know when it's time when to come out, okay?
Okay. Honey, is that your weapon or his? Okay. Okay. That's why. Let me get my... Okay, just calm down, man.
Okay. Now, the deputies want her to go outside with her hands up, nothing in them. Okay?
You want her to go out?
Yes. They want her to come out with not...
Out of my house?
Yes.
Does he know she's in my house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so you're going to have to go out, okay?
And they want you to stay inside.
Okay. Put your hands where you can see them, okay? All right? Where's she at?
Just start walking out front. They're outside.
I don't see him anywhere. He sure isn't her.
Just start walking out. They're not going to do anything. They just want to make sure that everything's safe and that they're safe, okay?
Can I take her out? She's really upset.
No, they want you to stay inside. It says female only.
Stay inside on your hand? I don't see it. Now, are they at the right house?
We've told them multiple times which house to be at.
Yeah, 11327. I'm right in front of that SUV that does not have its lights. Hold up right there, honey. Where are they at? There's a police officer over on the, with the flashing. Okay, one of them sees her now.
Yeah, just keep her walking out. Okay?
Honey, do they see you?
They're probably giving her instructions, okay?
Okay. Now, I need a police officer to come and get this weapon.
Yeah, they're going to come and get the weapon. They just wanted to make sure.
Okay, here they come now. Oh.
All right, folks, just hand those transcripts back down to the deputy. You may resume your question.
At any time during this interaction with Ashley, did she appear to have any injuries?
No.
Okay. Did you see any blood on her?
No.
Okay. Did she complain of any injuries?
No.
Okay. How about her clothing? Did you notice, was her clothing ripped or anything wrong with her clothing?
Not that I noticed, no.
Okay. And eventually, did the police come to your house?
And talk to me?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did they recover that firearm that she had brought over that you left?
They did it while I was outside, because when I went back in, it was gone.
Okay.
I assumed they took it.
Okay. So maybe you didn't see them take it, but it was gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Cross.
Afternoon, Mr. Sant.
Afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Thank you for coming this afternoon. With court's permission, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Sant, I've passed you a photograph. I'm going to mark it for identification as fence exhibit number 1, if I can.
And Mr. Sant?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to keep startling you. I apologize.
That's okay.
Can I please have that transcript? No, the transcript. Thank you, sir.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mr. Sant, can you identify that?
Well, it looks like my house and Alicia's house at the time.
Yes, sir. And they lived in the house right next door to you, I believe you said.
The one with the red dot on it.
Yes. It was the corner house, correct?
Yes, right.
And it's got a red dot on it?
Right.
All right. Is it an accurate representation of your house in comparison and in position to where Ms. Benefield lived?
Yeah.
Would you do me the favor, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Would you put a check mark on the roof of your house?
My house?
Yes.
All right.
Your house that's depicted in that picture. Okay, we're going to help the jury see how this took place. Don't put it on the overhead. Objection. Putting it on the overhead. Can we put it on the overhead?
Absolutely. Madam Clerk, can you dim some lights for us? Just the jury and the presentation. Got it. Is this just a demonstrative aid?
Yes, sir. Okay, so, Mr. Sant, just if I may turn your attention, if you could.
This one or the?
Actually, I think maybe you'll be able to see it better on this one. The chair should swing around.
Oh, yeah.
You see the one with the red dot on it?
Yes.
That's Ashley's house?
Yes.
And your house is immediately to the left, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Don't move that mouse.
I'd like to move that into evidence, Your Honor, as defense exhibit number 1 at this point.
Okay. I just asked a minute ago if it was a demonstrative aid or if you were admitting it.
Well, it was a demonstrative aid up until Mr. Sant.
So okay. Admit things first if you want. Any objection?
And Judge, I recognize it's the state's case, but I have no objection to this exhibit.
All right, received.
Mr. Sant, you've told us that on this terrible occasion, Ashley was terrified.
Yes.
I think you said, I don't want to put words in your mouth, I think you said she was stuttering and shaking.
Yes.
Pretty hysterical.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Sant, you're pretty familiar with firearms, are you?
Somewhat. I use them. I go to firing ranges now. I'm no expert, but I...
Was there anything about that firearm on that day that you noticed that was unusual?
First thing I noticed is when I saw it, there was a spent cartridge stuck between the slide and the entrance to the chamber.
A spent cartridge, meaning a fired cartridge?
I'm sorry, yes, it was empty.
Okay, and it was stuck where?
It was stuck with between the slide, front end of the slide and the back end of the chamber entrance.
The slide on the gun that cocks it and loads another bullet into the chamber?
Correct.
So could we agree that the weapon was jammed?
The weapon had been misfired or mishandled.
Okay.
It wasn't held far, and it didn't eject it far enough.
Now, what is that indicative of, that a cartridge would be stuck like that?
Ejection foundation.
I'm going to sustain.
Yeah, he's not a firearms expert. It can be caused by how you hold the gun when it shoots.
Mr. Sant, do you have experience to the extent of being familiar with weapons and what would cause a cartridge to get stuck in the manner that it was on this gun on that day?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Do you want to be heard?
No.
Go ahead.
Thank you. What is that indicative of, Mr. Sant?
In my experience, was the weapon wasn't held properly when that particular cartridge was fired.
And when you say by held properly, meaning held too loosely?
Yes.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Sant?
Yes.
You are released from your subpoena. You are free to go.
Okay.
No, you can't take those.
Can I keep these?
It wouldn't work outside anyway.
Oh, well.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The airlines let me keep the headphones.
Okay, can you flip on the lights? Do you need the presentation?
Not with this next witness.
Here comes the noise.
And the state would call it Deputy Pearl.
All right.
He asked if he could keep the headphones. Dina Do, welcome. Good to have you here. Free court souvenir. That's why we have the cheap headphones, because witnesses keep walking out with them.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Hello, sir. Or afternoon, sir. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from a microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right if you need it. But if you're talking a loud, clear voice right into that microphone, we'll be able to hear you. Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes.
He's a big guy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Deputy Thomas Burley, B-A-U-R-L-E.
Burley, I said it wrong. I apologize.
That's okay.
And how are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been so employed?
Going on 23 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Patrol.
And what are your daily duties as a patrol deputy?
Patrolling my zone, which is Lakewood Ranch currently, and taking calls for service.
And back in September of 2020, were you in the same position?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your duties have been the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And to become a law enforcement officer many moon ago, what kind of training or education did you obtain?
It would be the Law Enforcement Academy here in Manatee County.
And then since then, do you continue to have courses that are offered through the Sheriff's Office that you can take if you'd like?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Do you recall if you were working days or nights then?
I was working second shift, which would be 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And you said your zone now is in Lakewood Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Our counties, the sheriff divides the whole county up into zones.
Correct.
Okay. And what zone is that you're in now?
My zone is North 80, which is Lakewood Ranch, which covers from State Road 70 to University Parkway, from I-75 to Lorraine Road.
And so on September 27th of 2020, what zone were you in if it was something
North
else?
80.
North 80.
Yes, ma'am.
And during your shift that day, did you respond to 11327 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
It came out originally as a 911 call that a female had come to the neighbor's house and she had a gun with her.
And when you hear a call such as that, does it affect how you respond to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And how does it do that?
It's dependent on the situation. Sometimes it's priority lights and sirens. Sometimes it's a normal response.
And how about once you arrive at the scene, does it affect how you would react when you got to the scene?
Yes, ma'am. Per protocol, we park a minimum few houses away from the actual caller's address.
And is that based on the fact that there was a firearm?
Correct.
Thank you. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know how long it took you to arrive since you were in your same zone, if you had to guess?
That's an adjacent. That's North 70. It's an adjacent zone. I would guess probably 15 minutes.
And I think I didn't ask the right questions earlier. You were in zone North 80 then?
Correct.
Where was this call?
North 70.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I messed that up. And when you arrived, what did you do?
Again, per protocol, I parked a few houses away. I observed a vehicle parked on the opposite side of the street directly across from the 911 caller's residence. So I took up a position behind that vehicle because I was the only deputy on scene at the time. I was waiting there behind the vehicle for additional deputies to arrive on scene.
And did they arrive?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long were you there, you think, by yourself?
A minute, maybe.
And once the additional deputies arrive, what happens?
The second deputy arrived was Deputy Vreeland, which that was his zone. Dispatch still had the 911 caller on the phone. So we had the Deputy Vreeland told dispatch to have the 911 caller tell the female to come out with her hands up.
And did she do that?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And were you able to observe her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any observations about her person?
Just she was visibly upset.
And did you see any injuries?
Not that I observed, no.
And did you notice anything about her clothes? Was it ripped or
No, ma'am. She was wearing a sports bra, shorts, and sneakers.
And they seem to be intact?
Seem to be intact, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Was she saying anything when she exited the home?
No, ma'am.
What happened to her once she exited?
Deputy Vreeland proceeded forward to the middle of the road and placed her into handcuffs. And being as my car was the closest, we brought her to my car, placed her in the back seat of my car.
And why would...
Can we approach for a moment?
Yes.
Not sure if this counts as an objection or not. They want to approach about something. Ashley puts on the headphones so she can hear what's going to be said up at the bench. So I think it's an interesting response by police to send her out. They knew there was a domestic. They had not yet gone into the house to see Doug's state, but send her out by herself. Once again, when the judge unmutes here, the audio is going to be definitely loud. I'm going to turn it down a little bit and then turn it back up afterwards. It's just so that's the only way I can think of to fix this, but we'll crank it down. I don't know what. Holy cow. It's letting me go down 30 decibels. That's crazy. I just updated my firmware, and it now gives me more audio control than I had before. That's really cool. Okay, he turns on the mics. There we go. Bring it back up.
And I think I was asking you why she was placed in cuffs and put in the police car.
Due to the circumstances and officer safety.
Thank you, sir. And at that time, actually, strike that. What was the next thing you did?
Other deputies were arriving on scene, so I yelled to any deputies that were there were multiple, to watch Miss Benefield in the back of my car, while myself, Deputy Vreeland, and I believe it was Detective Jones, proceeded to the house to clear the residence.
And would that have been that house next door to the 911 call?
Correct. Directly next door.
Thank you. And did you enter that home?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you enter the home?
Through the front door.
Did you notice anything outside the house?
Yes, ma'am. There was a large moving van, I believe it was a U-Haul in the driveway, and the garage door was open. Looked like they were moving stuff.
The big door?
Yes,
ma'am. Okay. And when you went in through the front door, were you the first person, or was Deputy Vreeland in front of you?
Deputy Vreeland was first, I was second, and Detective Jones was third.
And was the door locked, if you know?
No.
And what happened once you got inside?
As we entered the house, I observed the first bedroom to the left. I observed just a pair of legs, basically just above the knee down. Deputy Vreeland immediately took that room to check it. Myself and Detective Jones proceeded through the rest of the house to clear the rest of the house.
And what are you doing when you clear a house?
Making sure there's nobody else in there that could be hurt or injured or any threats.
And did you find anyone else in the home other than the set of legs that you left with Deputy Vreeland?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever go back into that bedroom?
No, ma'am.
And did you remain in the residence?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Myself and Detective Jones immediately left the residence, and I went straight to my patrol car and proceeded to get inside my patrol car to sit with Miss Benefield.
Your Honor, can I have just a second?
Yes.
At some point, did you ask, was EMS on scene when you were on scene?
There was so much going on. I don't know if they had arrived while we were in clearing the house or they arrived right after. I'm not sure exactly when they arrived.
Okay, but at some point they were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask them to check Miss Benefield to make sure
yes,
she was okay? And did she require any medical treatment?
No.
What was the next thing that you did?
Sat in my car with Miss Benefield and waited till I was directed what to do.
And were you eventually given some direction?
Yes, I was advised to transport her down to the main sheriff's office in Bradenton for interviews with detectives.
That's the one by the mall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And once you got there, how long is that ride?
20 to 30 minutes.
Once you got there, what did you do?
Once upon my arrival, escorted Miss Benefield up to the entrance where I believe it was Detective Justin Warren was there, and I believe one of Miss Benefield's attorneys was there as well.
And did you conduct any further investigation in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions for the defense. Any more questions?
Cross?
Yes, sir. Afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
A few questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, please just ask me to repeat them.
Yes, sir.
I think you told us Miss Benefield's condition emotionally on that day when you saw her was she was hysterical.
Visibly upset.
In distinguishing between visibly upset and hysterical, can we agree that you felt she may have been in shock?
I honestly wouldn't know. I just observed her to be visibly upset and crying. I didn't see any hysteria or anything like that involved.
Okay, you're basically like any deputy trained in basic first aid, no?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so you would recognize shock if you saw it?
Possibly.
All right. Do you recall giving a deposition in this case, Deputy Brawl, on August 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
You're already refreshing his recollection?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Did he say he couldn't recall?
Sure. I have a copy as well.
If that refreshes your recollection at all.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even recall everything I said in the deposition due to the time frame.
And in seeing it now, does it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. So, once again, on that particular day, did you think she may have been in shock?
According to my deposition, yes.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you. You told us that when she was initially placed in your squad car, she had on a sports bra.
That's what I would say it was, yes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. My question runs to whether or not at some point following that, a request was made and a deputy brought a cover shirt for Miss Benefield to wear.
I don't recall a request being made. I just recall Deputy Vreeland bringing out a shirt and pair of shoes. I don't know who made that request.
She put the shirt on.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you for a minute about report writing. Did you write a report that reflects your participation in this particular case?
I did a supplemental report, yes, sir.
Okay, that's pretty routine for deputies, is it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, Deputy Burrell, would it be a fair statement to say that in Police Academy they actually train you in report writing and how important it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be because, can you even give us an estimation of how many calls you might respond to in a month?
It'd be very hard.
Okay. And by documenting significant things in your report, you don't have to rely on your memory 8 months, 2 years, 3 years down the road.
Most of the time, yeah. As with any call, sometimes you remember things after the fact.
Of course. So I want to ask you if you independently recall on May 7, 2018, responding to a call involving a suspicious person in the driveway of Miss Benefield's home. That would have been right next door to the home that she came walking out of.
I have no recollection of that, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
As the state said, we're going to hear a lot of bad details about Doug.
Let me pass
It's going to be
this
the
to you,
defense's
Deputy.
tactic.
I'll see if it refreshes your recollection. Feel free to peruse it.
I don't recall this one, sir.
Is that your name?
It's got my name on it.
Okay.
But I don't recall it.
You don't doubt that it's
No, I don't doubt it's mine.
report that was authored by you?
You know, sometimes the system gets mixed up, our electronic report writing system.
Yeah.
Still happens today. Sometimes you'll go to write a report and somebody else's, another deputy's name inadvertently ends up as the primary on that. If you don't catch it, it stays that way.
Yeah. At least as we sit here now, you don't have any reason to suspect that's the case, as opposed to it being an earlier...
Possible.
Let me finish.
Okay.
As opposed to it being an earlier report that you compiled that you just don't have any memory of this far forward.
It's possible.
Okay. So, with the court's permission, if that memorializes your perception of that call on that day, I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may.
Again, I don't recall this, so I don't think I can answer questions related to
Maybe approach. There's an objection here. So he's tried to refresh the officer's recollection using a police report of a prior incident where, I believe this is the one where Doug was in the yard trying to spy on Ashley or something like that. We've heard about this just a little bit. The officer has said quite clearly he does not remember. He said it might be someone else's report and his name just got put on it. He's looked at it and says it doesn't refresh his recollection. And now the attorney wants to go ahead and use that anyway. I don't think he can use the questioning the witness as a method to do that. There's a possibility that the document itself may be admissible in this point to let information in if there's no recollection. This is all an effort to get information that makes Doug look bad into the record. So this is why they bring up the allegations of poisoning and domestic violence and the hole in the wall and the hole in the roof and the ceiling and all of that. This is going to be the defense's motto throughout this trial. It's make Doug the bad guy. Make Doug the bad guy, because then you've got the ballerina is good, Doug bad, open and shut case, right? It's got the officer's name. Yeah, I'm not buying it might have been some other officer's name, just inadvertently the system just puts it on there. Yeah, no. Our police computer system is so bad. Seriously. Oh, man. A lot of people have different feelings on the defendant, whether she appears authentic or not. I don't know her. I guess you'd have to know somebody's baseline and know what they're normally like to see if this is, the normal them or this is them faking something. I don't have that experience. I'm definitely not Dr. G. I can't read body language that well. I can see what she's not doing, and she appears to not be looking at the jury. And I don't know why, but she is not glancing over at them. As a matter of fact, she's almost consciously just looking forward and down most of the time. There's lots more to go through. It's going to be, I think we said 2 weeks. I think it's scheduled officially for about a week and a half. So defense should get the case, Thursday or Friday. this week. I'm waiting for my kids to try that with their report cards. It isn't mine. The computer put my name on it. It's another kid's F's. See, I never tried the it wasn't my report card. I just I would try to intercept them because they'd mail our report cards home. And so I got really good at trying to intercept the mail. And if it got lost in the mail, then nobody knows, right? At least until the end of the year when you find out how many classes I have to redo in summer school. Oh, high school was great, wasn't it, though? Man. I didn't become interested in studying and actually excelling at school until I went to college, which I did late. I graduated high school and started working. And 9 years later, went back to college. Loved it. It was night and day. I just wasn't ready right out of high school. But I loved. I think part of the reason why I loved what I was doing in college was because I got to pick my classes. Like in high school, you can choose your classes a little bit, but in college, it's like, what are you interested in? What do you want to do for a job? What do you want to learn about? And I got to say, hey, communications, electronic media, cameras, microphones, audio, video, and that for me was just I got to play every day. I was the chief technical officer for our school's TV station, which means we got to order just amazing, fun toys to play with. It was good. I don't know why I'm talking about that. It's a long sidebar here. Let's see how or if we're going to be able to bring this testimony in. I don't know who else can bring this in. If this doesn't come in with a police officer, I don't know how else you would get in, possibly with the neighbor themselves, if they're called as a witness. But this allegation that Doug was sort of spying on Ashley from the neighbor's yard. Should have turned that down. I'll remember next time. Sorry.
Deputy, when you respond to a call and you fill out a incident or investigation report, among other information that you enter routinely into those reports is the identity of the reporting officer, no?
No. Again, as I previously stated, if you're one of the responding deputies, sometimes that was an old system. We're on a new system, still does the same thing. Sometimes it can inadvertently put one of the other deputies on there as the primary. So if you don't catch it, the report goes through with that other deputy's name on it. So it's all electronic.
Now, that's 2 times you've explained that. Mm-hmm. So are you telling us that is the standard practice, that dispatch makes a mistake and
not dispatch, sir.
Don't catch it?
It's not dispatch.
It would be the exception. Could we agree?
It could possibly. It can happen, and it does happen, yes.
So now, let me ask my question to you again.
Okay.
Among the other information that goes into an incident report, does it identify the deputy who is making the report?
Usually, yes.
All right. Does this identify the deputy that was making the report?
It identifies me.
Now, what I would like to ask you, Deputy Burl, is who the complainant was. That's another piece of information that's inserted in a report, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, and the nature of the complaint as well.
Correct.
Okay, so let me...
Sustained.
What was the objection, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Lack of foundation.
Does this report that you've seen include the information that we just discussed, the nature of the call and who the complainant was?
Yes.
All right. Now, without leaving it to your memory.
Okay, if you could approach, please.
Same objection, lack of foundation. He's trying to get the officer to read the report now. The officer has twice said, it might be a computer error that my name is on there. I have no memory of this. I don't think this officer has like an axe to grind in this at all. He's just testifying as to what he knows. He's been on the force for 23 years. Okay, this is not the first time he's been in court testifying, and he's like, "Look, I either remember it or I don't, and I don't remember it." And he's showing me a report like I see 50 of them a day, and I have for the last 23 years. I don't remember this incident. You can ask me questions. I can't answer the questions. Let's see. We are, for those that are asking, we are 59-234 right now. Thanks, Kevin, for asking, by the way. And welcome to the new people. Just remember, those that are new, just a heads up, we're a pretty friendly channel. We like to be, obviously we're talking about murder all day long, and court cases can get a little spicy, but we try to keep things sort of family friendly in our conversations, and at least nice and cordial to each other. So if you have something to share, please share it. Whether you don't have to agree with me or disagree with me. We encourage you to share it, but do it in a respectful way. If we find that we just will never agree, it's fine. We can not agree, and we're still going to be friends at the end of the day.
In the usual course of events, Deputy Burrow, when you enter information into an incident report, is it fresh in your mind?
Say that again, sorry?
In the usual course of events, when you fill out an incident report, is the information fresh in your mind?
Usually, yes.
Okay. And while it's fresh in your mind, you place it into the report as to such things as the date and the time and the location, the name of the complainant, and the nature of the call.
Correct.
All right. Now, I think you've told us that sometimes mistakes are made in these reports and they're attributed to different deputies.
Correct.
I think you also told us that that's the exception rather than the rule.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that this particular report is that exception or not? Do you have any information that leads you?
Again, I don't recall that particular call you're speaking of with that paper, but it's most likely was me.
Okay. Now, may I proceed, Your Honor?
It's a single objection.
Oh, this point. Thank you. Would you tell us, Deputy Burrell, who the complainant was for that call?
Ashley Benefield.
Would you tell us what the date of the complaint was?
May 7th, 2018.
And will you tell us what the nature of the call was?
According to the narrative here.
Don't read the narrative. Just tell us the nature of the call.
I have to read through the narrative to be able to tell you because I don't recall this.
You got to take that up with Judge White.
What's been allowed is not detailed, just a
correct, yeah,
general description.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yeah.
Okay, and the nature of the call?
Person in their driveway suspected to be Douglas Benefield.
And that was at what address?
That would be 11331 White Rock Terrace.
And what was the time of the call?
21:54 hours. So that would be
9:51.
9:54 p.m.
Nighttime.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I have another report, but we have an objection.
We have an objection. I'll turn the sound down again. Occupancy, that's Eva who just got up right there. She was our second witness. She is the daughter of the victim in this case. Occupancy limit is 130 in this room. I'd say we're probably sitting around 60 or 70 by my count, just roughly. Yes, PM is nighttime. We've established that. This officer does not like reading this report. He had no problem testifying initially, but reading this report that he doesn't recall the incident from, he's got the I don't want to be here vibe. Mandy Winslow, congratulations. 8 months has got sent home early because I'm sick. So what did I miss? What's this case about? Mandy, the woman on the screen you see right there, this is Ashley Benefield. She's charged with murder. I believe it's second-degree murder for shooting her husband. Back up a little bit. She met her husband at a political fundraiser. They dated, had an amazing courtship lasting almost 2 weeks before they got married. Most of it involved text messages. Anyway, they got married. She whipped out the credit card, paid for his reverse vasectomy or vasectomy reversal. She got pregnant probably a month or so after that. And then pretty quickly things sort of fell apart between them. She left back to, she went back to live with her mom, saying that the pregnancy, the morning sickness, she wanted her mom to take care of her. So she went down to Florida instead of South Carolina. And then just, had the kid and never told him. I mean, some simple math would reveal the fact that should have had it by now, but he never found out until much later. There was a custody dispute where he wanted visitation rights. As that was progressing through the court system and it was about to reach a pivotal moment, she was having him help her move stuff out of her house or something like that. And an altercation of some sort ensued where it ended with her getting her firearm from her bedroom and shooting and killing Doug, her estranged husband. We've heard from Doug's. Oops, sorry. Why is there no audio? Oh, probably because they're still doing a sidebar. We've heard from Doug's cousin, who was very close to him, had a very good memory of everything that happened, who also was, I would say, strangely close to Ashley Benefield as well. They have got a 6-month-long text exchange, communication, quite open communication, where there may have been some sort of flirtation or hinting along those lines as well. So he testified. We got his Doug's daughter, who is 23 now. She's a beautiful young woman. She owns her own business, sells T-shirts and stuff online. But she testified as well. We had the neighbor who took the 911 call when Ashley ran to his house after shooting Doug.
So, Deputy Burrow, I have one other question for you about one of your calls. Apparently, you cover a lot of ground.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you if you recall, and now this is going back to 2019, specifically December 8th, 2019. You obviously worked the night shift at 2055. Suspicious person call in progress at (11332) White Rock Terrace in Bradenton. Do you recall that?
No, sir.
Thanks very much, Deputy.
Ghost Cowboy is the online store for Eva Benefield, the daughter.
I don't have anything, Judge. Thank you.
All right, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, he can be.
Keep him. Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. We may need to recall.
We need to still go.
Sir, you are not released from your subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, or the testimony given here in the courtroom with anyone, including the attorneys, or any other witness or anyone else. And you're not to view or watch or talk with any witnesses about their testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, State.
Thank you. The state was called John Jones. I think the deputy already has to get it.
Sure.
got
And
Deputy.
Judge, I will need the system for this one,
Here comes the noise.
please.
I think she said Deputy John Giles. That grinding sound is the projector screen being lowered down. He's doing this.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. My name is Judge Ryder, presiding over the case. Just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone and adjust up, down, left, right, however you need it. If you speak in a loud, clear voice, we'll be able to hear everything. If we hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Yes, sir.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
John Jones, Jones.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with Manatee County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been so employed?
since September of 2014.
And what are your current duties at the Sheriff's Office?
I am a property detective currently.
And does that mean you investigate property crimes?
Yes.
Okay. And back in September of 2020, were you in that same unit or a different unit?
A different unit.
And what was that unit?
The Violent Crimes Task Force.
And what are your primary duties as a member of the Violent Crimes Task Force?
Investigate violent or aggravated circumstance, respond to same.
And when you, what kind of education did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
I went through the Basic Law Enforcement Academy at Valencia in Orlando.
And since then, have you continued to take classes through the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you take some on providing first responder aid as a first responder?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF at the time, did you work a specific shift?
I worked 3 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was that the correct, or is that the shift you were working at that time?
Yes, it is.
Sorry, I got distracted. And did you work, does VCTF have a zone, or are they in the whole county?
They're a countywide task force.
And during your shift on the 27th of September 2020, did you respond to a call on White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And is that here in Manatee County?
It is.
And how did you find out about this call?
It was dispatched over the radio.
And what was the nature of the call?
Shooting with injuries, I do believe.
And does the nature of the call affect how you respond?
It does.
And how did you respond to this call?
Lights and sirens activated.
And is that because of the fact that there was a shooting?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to get over to White Rock Terrace?
Not very long.
Where you were close in the area?
I was at State Road 64 and Lakewood Ranch Boulevard when it came out.
And what kind of area is this where this home is?
Residential.
Like a subdivision?
Subdivision, yes.
And when you arrived, were other law enforcement officers already on scene?
Yes.
Several or just a few?
A few.
And what did you do when you first arrived?
I was asked to ensure nobody come out of the back of a residence.
And
nobody came out of the back of the residence.
Okay. And after that, what did you do?
My job to watch the back door.
I went to the front of the residence to clear the house to ensure there was no person inside the house.
And was that the same house, or was the back of the residence the neighboring house?
Back of the residence was the neighboring house.
So you started at the back of the house next door to the one where you eventually entered?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you went over to the neighboring house. Did you notice anything about the outside?
Can't recall.
Whoa.
That's fine. And when do you recall how you entered that house?
Yes, through the front door of the residence.
And what was the purpose for going in there?
To ensure that there was no person inside that was armed and to render aid to anybody inside.
And did you find anyone inside the home?
I did.
And Who was it? Or was it a man or a woman?
It was a man.
And where was he?
He was in a bedroom.
And was he standing up or?
No, he was lying down.
And can you kind of describe what you observed in that bedroom?
Yes, I observed the male laying down on the floor, sort of in the middle of the floor. He had a gunshot wound to his right about here, and then another one down by his leg. There was blood under his right leg.
And was this room set up with a bed and a dresser and all those things, or did it look different?
It looked like it was empty.
And based on that room and the other rooms, did it appear someone was either moving in or out of that home?
Yes, it did.
And what were you've told us you observed what you believe to be gunshot wounds. Did you make any other observations of him?
Yes, he was wearing gray shorts and a gray shirt, or a dark colored shirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 2 and 3. Can you take a look and tell me if you recognize those items?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave you for 1 second. Other than, how do you recognize them?
This is the shirt that the defendant or a victim was wearing.
And that states 2, and as to states 3?
These are the shorts the victim was wearing.
And other than having been repackaged for trial, do they appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition when you saw them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to enter and publish states 2 and 3.
No objection.
Received.
And check, I'm just going to hold this up. This is states 2. This is the shirt the victim you found was wearing.
Yes.
Okay. And it appears to have been cut. Do you know how that happened?
Yes, I cut it.
And what was the purpose of cutting it?
To check for injuries.
And then this is states.
Is it starch it or is it on cardboard?
3. These are the shorts that he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And they're also cut. Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know how that would have occurred?
Likely by emergency medical services.
Is that normal for EMS staff to remove clothing like you did the shirt?
Yes.
As to these shorts in states 3, can you look at them and tell me what the size is?
Men's 30.
Thank you. And as to the shirt in states 2, can you look at that and tell me what the size is?
My glasses. Hold on a minute. Size small.
Thank you, sir.
Shirt says all reps matter. It's an exercise shirt. Reps being a repetition of a physical exercise.
Other than cutting his shirt, well, let me ask you this first. Did you touch him?
I did.
And how did he feel?
He was cool to the touch.
And did you attempt to provide medical aid?
I did.
And how so?
I began packing wounds to initiate CPR before EMS arrived on scene.
And what does that mean, packing wounds?
Putting gauze over wounds to keep whatever's inside when you're doing compressions.
And did you eventually start CPR?
No.
And why not?
EMS arrived on scene.
And were they very far behind you when you arrived?
Not very far, but I can't remember exactly how long.
And while you were attempting to provide medical aid, was somebody else taking some photos of the scene as you found it?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you states 18, 19, and 20. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize those photos?
18 is me checking for the pulse on the victim.
Just take a look at them real quick and tell me if you recognize them first.
Yes.
Okay. And
yes.
And are those photos that we just discussed that were taken while you attempted to do aid?
Yes.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the scene as you recall it from September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 18, 19, and 20 and publish the same.
May I just see them, Your Honor?
Of course.
Yes, him being cool to the touch is a problem. If she just shot him,
no objection.
And he's cool to the touch.
States 18, 19, and 20 will be received.
Detective, I'm
So when
going
you
to...
say publish, you mean up here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Get the long screen.
He'd been dead for a while.
Detective, I'm going to show you right... let me give you this in case you need it. It's a pointer. That's like a red button.
Is it a pointer stick or a laser? Don't shine it in your eyes.
I'm going to show you states 18 and ask you to describe what is depicted in 18.
That is me checking the victim for a pulse after the AED hasn't been placed.
And that's you on the right. That's your head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the left, is that another deputy?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you said after placing the AED, what is that?
It's a defibrillator.
And is that the stickers we see on his body?
Yes, those pads.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you states 19.
States 19?
Yes. Is this the victim as you found him?
Yes, it is.
And those are the shorts we just saw?
Yes.
Thank you. And then states 20.
Yes.
Is this the position you found when you found him? Is this the same position he was in?
Yes.
Okay. And in the right top right of this picture, there appears to be something tan. Do you know what that is?
It appears that it's a mattress stood up against the wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Detective. Did you make any other observations of evidence in that bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
There were 4 spent shell casings and 1 projectile in the room.
And a projectile, is that what I might call a bullet?
Yes.
Okay.
She
And did you see
5
anything?
times.
I'm sorry. Did you do anything else in the house after EMS took over aid?
No, we exited the residence and it was secured pending a search warrant.
And did you conduct any other investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
Judge, can I have just a moment?
Of course.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cross?
Couple brief questions. Deputy Jones, afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
You were not, or you were, the first deputy that made contact with Mr. Benefield?
I was one of the first. I couldn't tell you I was the first, but I was one of the first in the house, yes.
Were any other deputies in contact with Mr. Benefield prior to yourself?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Had Mr. Benefield been moved at any time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you ever witness anyone moving him?
Yes.
Other deputies?
EMS.
And the EMS? EMS?
Just EMS.
Just EMS?
Yes, sir.
No other deputies?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And EMS, correct me if I'm wrong, did they drag him out of the room?
I believe so, yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Redirect?
I don't have anything, Judge.
Can this witness be released? State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes.
Sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so 4 spent shell casings in the bedroom plus the one that was jammed in the
All right,
gun. That would be 5 shots fired.
I should have asked this already, but can we publish those? We don't need a witness, just publish them to the jury while we're calling the next witness.
What, 18, 19, and 20?
Sure, 2 and 3.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked.
We need to bring the screen back down.
As I said, members of the jury, just take each of these items, take a look at the first one, pass it on. These will go back with you in the jury room during your deliberations. You'll have as long as you want to analyze and look at them.
Bagged and tagged. The jury gets to treat it like it's show and tell in grade school. Pass it around. I want to hear about the firearm. I know it's semi-automatic, but I wonder if there were additional rounds. Oh, it's just so loud. What if there were additional rounds in it? She might have stopped shooting because it jammed. Had it not jammed, she may have fired additional rounds, but she got 4 off. The 5th one appears to have jammed based on, if we can trust the condition of the firearm as its original state, and it wasn't created that way artificially.
The state would call Detective Tyler Ackerman.
My hearing's not the best. I heard Detective Ackerman is the next witness. Shelley, hello.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Cool, sir. Sir. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It does adjust up, down, left, right as you need it. So there you go. And just talk in a loud, clear voice right into the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Tyler James Ackerman, Ackerman.
And by whom are you employed?
I work for the Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office?
Just about 9.5 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a violent crimes task force detective.
And were those the same duties you had in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your daily activities as a violent crimes task force detective?
What area?
What do you do?
Oh, okay. So we'll go out to assist patrol with calls for service pertaining to shootings, stabbings, robberies, stuff of that nature, and then we'll also assist other detectives with investigations.
Thank you. And what kind of training did you obtain to become a law enforcement officer?
Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, I went to Police Academy, which is a full term for 6 months. And then after that, there's additional training that we receive at the agency to include in-service training, about a 3-month program that'll get us ready for the road, and then a 3.5-month program on the road to be able to pass to become a solo deputy.
And does that training in the academy and going forward involve firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do before you were a law enforcement officer?
Prior to law enforcement, before I went back to school to become a police officer, I was in the United States Army.
And when you were in the Army?
I didn't hear it.
I was in the United States Army, sir.
Thank you.
And when you were in the Army, did you also receive firearms training?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were in the Army, were you in a position where you carried a gun regularly?
Yes, I was an infantryman. That was my job.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you, and a member of VCTF, do you carry a gun every day?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you, are you required to go out to the range and make sure you know how guns operate?
Correct. We're required annually to pass a test, but then we're also given the opportunity to go out to the range to practice and do more, because it takes more than shooting once a year to be proficient.
And do you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to ask you a little bit about September 27th, 2020. As a member of VCTF, were you working a specific shift?
Yes, ma'am. We work 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. That's our standard shift, unless something else that's happening in the county dictates that we change it.
And do you work in a specific area?
We have the entire county as our jurisdiction.
And during your shift that night, did you respond to White Rock Terrace?
Yes, ma'am.
And how were you informed of this call?
I believe it was through the radio. There was a shooting that was dispatched, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many of the members of my team, but we were together on a meal break.
And how long did it take you to get over there, if you recall?
I couldn't give an exact time frame, but maybe about 10, 15 minutes. I'm not 100% sure.
When you arrived, what did you observe going on?
When I first got to the scene, there was an ambulance that was parked in front of, I believe, the incident location. And there was a stretcher that was being loaded into the back of the ambulance where there was a male that I visually observed on the stretcher.
And did you see a female?
Yes, there was a female that was being placed in the back of a marked patrol car, I believe. But I saw her for seconds, and then she was placed inside the vehicle.
And were there a lot of law enforcement on scene?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you tasked with doing?
Initially, when we get to a scene, we wait to see what needs to continue to be investigated or what people need help with. And there was information that said that the defendant went to the neighbor's house after the incident that took place. So myself, Detective Din, and I believe somebody from patrol went to that to come have an interview completed with the neighbor to see what he knew happened.
And that home, and I apologize if you just said it, is directly next door.
Correct. If you're looking at the front of the incident location, it's the first house immediately to the left.
And what happened when you got over there?
When we went over there, Detective Din completed the interview with the neighbor, and then after the interview, we collected a multi-waiver for the house.
And what is that?
Multi-waiver is a form that's two-sided, and it has multiple different agreements that we can have. So if we go to a scene, for this particular case, the multi-waiver is something that we collect from the person to get consent to enter and search their house with their permission in lieu of having a search warrant written sent to a judge.
And was Mr. Sant okay with you entering his house?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. I believe he signed it, but I have not seen the multi-waiver in 4 years. So.
Okay. And were you listening in on the interview, and I don't want you to tell me what was said between Detective Din and Mr. Sant?
I was there for a portion of the interview, but not the entire thing.
Was something that you heard in the interview, did it cause you to go do something else?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that?
To collect a firearm that was inside the residence.
Okay. And did you enter Mr. Sant's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you locate the firearm?
Yes.
And where was it?
If you were looking at the front door, as soon as the front door opens, immediately to your left on the ground was the firearm, and it was just below a window that was next to the door.
And what, if any, observations did you make about the firearm?
Initially, the first observation was that there was a magazine inside the firearm, appeared to be a semi-automatic black pistol, and the slide, which is the portion of the top of the pistol that retracts to unload a round after it's fired and then load a new round, was partially it wasn't completely seated in the forward position. There's a very small amount of it that was to the back.
And did you examine the gun on scene to determine why it was like that?
Yes.
And what did you see?
When I saw that, the firearm, you could see a little bit of ammunition or a round of ammunition inside the chamber. But then after that, that was the only observation I could see with it on the ground.
And did it appear, and was that a live round?
When I cleared the ammunition that was inside the chamber was an unfired live round that was still able to be fired.
That sounds like a legitimate jam.
And I guess I should ask you, once you find a firearm, what do you do with it?
Generally, the first task is to make it safe, clear the firearm.
And so what does that mean?
So it would be pointed in a safe direction. The magazine is always the first thing to be removed from the firearm. So if you pull the slide to the rear and the magazine is still inside the firearm, one round will eject, but it will subsequently load another round into the chamber, which would make it still a live weapon.
And so did you remove the magazine?
Yeah, the magazine was removed first, and then after that, the slide was locked to the rear to prevent the slide from going forward. And when the slide was pulled to the rear, that's when the live round of ammunition was ejected out of the chamber.
Thank you. And at some point, did you take a photograph of the firearm?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been pre-marked as state 17. Will you take a look and tell me if you recognize that photo?
Yes.
I haven't heard the caliber yet.
That's the firearm that I photographed and collected.
And does that photograph appear to accurately depict the firearm?
Yes.
On that day? Your Honor, the state would ask to enter and publish State 17.
You know, the neighbor had a .40 caliber. I'm thinking
Mr.
this
Taylor,
is
is there
probably a
any
9 or a
objection
380.
to the admission of State 17?
No, sir.
Received.
And Your Honor, once I'm done, could I just pass it, have it passed?
Okay.
Thank you. Once you made the firearm safe, what'd you do with it?
After that, it was placed in a new property bag.
And then did you take it to property and evidence yourself?
No, ma'am.
And what'd you do with it?
I waited with the firearm until CST, I believe it was CST Conlon, arrived to the neighbor's house and took custody of the firearm.
And a CST, what is that?
Crime scene technician, ma'am.
And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Anything else from him?
Anything else?
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, if we could go ahead and publish State 17. Mr. Taylor, hold on 1 second. They're publishing State 17.
Thank you.
That's a picture of the firearm.
Yeah, I see a copy of it in front.
Of course.
Bodie, they have
You see
tried to
the
bring
actual
that in
exhibit.
already. So I think they are bringing that in.
All right, cross-exam.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think we can agree that your testimony pretty much revolved around the firearm.
Yes, sir.
You have experience with firearms.
Yes, sir.
There's various reasons why a handgun such as this might jam, correct?
Might jam, but what was with the firearm was not consistent with a jam, sir. The firearm was just slightly out of battery, which means that the slide was not locked to the rear.
And that's the exclusive reason for it to have been in the condition that it was, you think?
There's multiple reasons why the slide wouldn't go to the complete forward position.
That's what I
But
want.
what was with the firearm was not would be consistent with a jam. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's concentrate on the slide.
Yes, sir.
Are there various reasons why the slide would have been in that position?
Yes.
Is one of those reasons, Detective, someone who is not holding the gun firmly enough?
One of them can be if the way that the firearm reacts with recoil, especially with a pistol, is when the firearm is shot, it has to be firmly held in place for the slide to actually be able to use its own force to push back, eject around, and load a new one, sir.
Okay, and as a relative expert with firearms, you go to the range regularly, I would assume?
Pretty decently, sir.
All right, and you make certain when you fire a pistol that you are holding it firmly enough so that that doesn't happen?
I do, yes.
Okay, that comes with practice?
Yes.
And that comes with knowledge of the firearms?
I would say so.
So if somebody were a neophyte in the actual firing of the firearm and was scared and petrified, if they weren't holding it tightly enough, that slide could end up in the position that you found it in?
It could, but I think the thing that normally happens more commonly when it comes to a pistol and a grip being weak is that the round is still going to fire, but what happens is that the slide goes backwards, but it doesn't fully eject the round, which causes something that's called a stovepipe. So the best way that I can explain that is that the firearm wants to load a new round of ammunition into the chamber, but the old round has to come out first. So what happens as the chamber is coming back, it actually goes forward, and then the shell casing that it wanted to eject gets stuck in that slide. so it can't go forward anymore.
Okay. And one of the other ways would be as we discussed.
It could be, yes, sir. Yeah. It could be ammunition, a spring, various things.
Failure to hold it tightly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, so it's not calling it a jam.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
But in the state that it was in, the gun could not be fired again without first
Mr.
manually
Taylor?
clearing it.
Can the witness be released from his subpoena?
Yes.
All right, sir, you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go.
How many of us Googled neophytes? Person who's new to a subject, skill, or belief. I did.
Yes, you're fine. No, it has nothing to do with you.
Keith Mouth, that's
All right,
not what
members of the
happened
jury,
here.
it's about 3 o'clock, so I think it's a good time to take about 10 or 15 minutes, let you stretch your legs. I'm going to let you go back to the jury room. Please remember, just leave your notes here. Please remember, don't begin discussing the case or anything about it amongst yourselves. You are free to use your phones if you need to send or receive text messages or calls or email. That's just fine. But don't communicate with anyone outside the jury about the case. And please don't do any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics we've heard anything about. And we'll call you back out in just a few minutes after we get a break.
Quick break. Cooking Without Looking, thank you very much for the 5-month anniversary message. Congratulations on getting that gifted membership. Mandy Winslow, sent home, but you're here with us. I love it, Mandy. Thank you very much. Congratulations, 8 months. Perry Mason, welcome to the gallery. Mildred Hornblower, great question
The jury
here.
is out.
The Emmy's probably going to answer this one, I think, hopefully.
You all can have a seat. Thank you. Also, the transcripts that were used, I'm going to take one as an exemplar and just note that this is what was handed out to the jury. All right. 10 minutes, 15 at the latest?
Yes.
All right. Stretch, move around. All right. We'll
Do
be off
some
the record
yoga.
till then.
Thank you, Mildred, by the way, for the super chat. Ivan says, I'm back. 17 months, one of our OGs. Good friend of the channel as well. Ivan, terrible that you got cut. Hopefully that heals up great. Lumber yards, lumber mills are dangerous places. Dangerous places, man. Bad things can happen there very quickly. Hope you're getting all healed up and everything goes well. Braxton, back from the interview. I think it went fantastic. That's awesome. Do we have some cheering noises we could do for this? I think we do. Do we have applause somewhere? There we go. They have one more tomorrow, and we'll get back to me on Friday. Thank you and chat for support. Braxton, excuse me. Braxton, I apologize for getting the name wrong. Hopefully that it goes absolutely phenomenal, and you are their next star employee and future owner of the company. You can always dream big, right? You can always dream big. All right. Let's see. Stand up by the big guy. She's not as small as I thought. I want to see the two of them together. I want to see pictures of the two of them side by side. Like the witness, he was competent and articulate, and he was just straightforward. He just answered questions. The last officer didn't want to answer some of the questions, and I don't know why. And I'm gonna, I was gifted two, count them two, bug assault, fly shooters. They're fly shooters. They're pew-pews. It's like a water gun, only it shoots salt, and it's designed for shooting bugs because it shoots faster than they can fly. The effective range is maybe about 3 feet max, but I use them to shoot them out of the air. And oh my goodness, that is a blast. If a fly gets in the house, it will be hunted down until it's exterminated. Do not like bugs. She's 5'9"-ish, so she was taller than him. It's called a bug assault. I can send a link to you. Hold on just one second. Let me get you a link. The version I have, I think, is the 3.0, which is I'm not sure if they keep coming out with new versions, which have like lasers and everything else. Let's see. This is what I would call a very spendy toy. For me, this is a lot of money. Let's see. Here's a link to the bug assault. we have two. We've got a his and hers model. And so my kids and I will use it. That is an affiliate link. If you do click the link and decide to make a purchase, Amazon will reward me with a few pennies. I don't know how much, but that'll get you to the Bug Assault if you want to see that. It's an amazing product. I don't know why we didn't have one sooner. Let's see. Interesting testimony that came out in this last witness or so. Cold to the touch. Cold to the touch would indicate that the death happened not quite as recently. Now, there can be other factors. There are reasons that the officer that was doing the touching might have an elevated body temperature or elevated, skin temperature for one reason or another. But this cold to the touch, if that is in fact the case, and it will have to be confirmed by the ME, if the death happened outside the time frame that she says it did, because she sort of presented that I just shot him and ran from the house and knocked on the neighbor's door, and here I am, and he's already cold to the touch. That doesn't add up. That doesn't. Ask you shall receive. I got a photo, I think, of the happy couple. It's just loading. Can we take a look at the thumbnail? Give me a minute. Let me see if I can pull that up. Where are we at? Ballerina. We have a collaborative effort going on to design the thumbnail here. So let me show you that. All right, so here's our thumbnail. It's got parts and pieces all over the place that we're getting fixed up, but we've got headphones, free headphones. It's a work in progress. This is an AI image of a ballerina in court. That can change. It doesn't. I'm not like stuck on that one. We've got the live button flashing. That is not going to work very well because it's a video and I have to do still images. So anytime you add a video image, I have to reconvert it back to a PNG just for the information. In a creepy way, a warning sign. We've got ballerina, the baby. We've got the waterfall for the sound effects with the noise. She's got a baby. Ferris wheel. I forget what the Ferris wheel was for. Few things. Oh, and look what made it in the bottom right hand corner. HDMI cable, the 911 call. There we go. We've got an explanation as well. Insurance policy, waterfall, ballet shoes, Lucky 13, baby girl, Ferris wheel, was from Dog Lover, human with PTSD. Got pineapple editions, noisy computer, free headphones. Yeah, so that's what we've got so far. It's going to be hard to defend. I still think there's plenty of room in this case for a legitimate self-defense claim. For that to happen, I think you're going to have Ashley take the stand. I don't think you're going to be able to call other witnesses to be able to prove that it was self-defense without her providing some other input. She was obviously the only other witness to this event, or the only surviving witness. The mom and the child who were off playing at the park, if the death is proven to have happened before they left to go to the park, that could be problematic. That could be a big issue. But the fly doesn't care that the salt is gluten-free. How long from the 911 call to when they showed up? Probably 2 or 3 minutes, max. Also, do we know how long it was between the incident to when the 911 call was placed? No, that's the big question, Karina. All we know is that when the police did arrive, probably within about 10 minutes of arriving, they probably cleared the house, and he was already, what one officer said, cool to the touch at the time. Let's see, it was in the motion hearing that someone mentioned someone named Ferris, and the judge said Ferris, like a Ferris wheel. I don't remember that part, Dog Lover. Good memory. Who is O'Keefe, please? Mr. O'Keefe is the assistant of Mr. Taylor. On the defense side, Ashley Benefield has a single lawyer defending her, and that lawyer, he's in his 70s. He has an assistant named Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe wanted to sit at the table with the lawyer. The judge said no, he has to sit behind them. So you'll see him behind Ashley Benefield. Pretty convenient. The timing was impeccable. Samantha says, when is the next Canton Select Board meeting? I think there's one tonight. But the problem with that is they're doing it on Zoom. They're scared to have an actual meeting in person, and they won't show anyone's faces. Let's see. Psychosaurus Rex says, all right, I was reading that a self-defense defense in Florida changed the burden to the state rather than defense, despite being an affirmative defense. So she won't have to prove anything. The state will. So the state will have to prove it's not self-defense. That can't be an affirmative defense anymore. That's crazy. I've always thought self-defense was something you had to prove. No, I guess we'll see how this breaks down. This is going to be interesting. We're going to need to add elephants or jets to the sound, blast noises after sidebars, and the screen lowering. There's so much noise, and the shuffling papers is just losing my mind. Burden's always on the state. But say, for instance, if you have an alibi, you have to present the alibi. That it's not on the burden state to prove that you don't have an alibi. But let's do a quick check on Florida's laws here and see if I can be a little smarter on this one. Florida. Okay. In Florida, the burden of proof for self-defense under the Stand Your Ground law shifted from the defendant to the state in 2017. Before the amendment, the defendant had to prove that self-defense was reasonable at a trial or pretrial hearing. Now the defendant must only establish a prima facie case of self-defense immunity, and the state must then prove that the defendant doesn't qualify for the immunity. And the state must then prove that the defendant doesn't qualify. Just coming back in right now. And the state must then, this requires the judge to hold a pretrial hearing to determine if the state can proceed with the prosecution. The standard of proof for this hearing is less than what the state must prove at a jury trial. Some say Florida's Stand Your Ground laws offer the greatest protection in the country. Others argue that these laws encourage vigilantism and violent acts. So probably one of the friendliest states to assert the self-defense argument. She already lost that. She already lost it. But if she lost, how is she going forward saying that it was self-defense? She didn't win the hearing. I know they can't bring anything from that hearing in or something like that. That was a pretrial ruling. I'm more confused now than I was before. Burden of proof is on the state. It transferred to the state. It's always been on the state. The burden is always there. But when you say it was self-defense, that burden is on the state to prove that it wasn't self-defense. So she's using battered spouse syndrome as her defense. She doesn't get this. Okay, she can still use it as a defense, but she doesn't get the Stand Your Ground immunity, which would have prevented this from even going to trial if she'd have won that. It would have been over right then. 4 shots. I'd say 5, Abby. They found 4 shell casings in that room where he was shot, and they also had 1 spent shell casing jammed in the gun, caught in the action of the gun. The way that works, the block in the gun is a piece of metal about central in the top portion of the firearm, and it has a hole where the bullet sits and rests perfectly. That's where it sits when it's fired. The firing pin is triggered, it shoots, and it ejects the bullet out of there, or it gets pulled out, extracted, and flipped out of the gun. But it didn't fully eject the bullet, but it did grab the next bullet and feed the next one in, so it jammed partially. So 1 spent casing was stuck on top, and 1 unspent casing was being fed into the chamber. That's the state the gun was in. It's a very difficult sort of position to get your firearm in intentionally. The one in the jam was the live round. I think you didn't speak very clearly. I just showed you all like this. It's all in front of me. I need to do it like that. That's one of the things I cannot demonstrate on live YouTube. I can't show you using an actual model. I could make a video. This is YouTube rules. I could make a video where I use an actual demonstration item of a pew-pew to demonstrate how it happens, and then I could play the video on my live stream, but I can't show you on the live stream. That's one of the rules. So we don't even flirt with that line. People filing back in. I guess the yoga class is over. Little slurpy noises. Yeah, Ian is my default my default go-to individual in these areas. I would classify him as a firearms expert and a legal expert as well. So Ian Runkle is a great resource for that. Suggestion for greeners: use the puppets. Can use the bug assault. Yes, I could. I could show you that. But it doesn't have the same moving parts. It's a completely different firing mechanism. Can you pretend you made a video, do it live, then force YouTube to prove it wasn't a video? No, I'm not. The thing is, I'll say this. I love this platform. It has its issues, and I complain about some things, but I love the platform. The reach and the ease of use, the ease for the viewer, you guys, to use the platform. YouTube's put together a really good product, and I will follow their rules, even the ones I don't like, because I love their platform, and I want to be able to continue using it. I will say once again, Florida has one of the less beautiful state seals when it's portrayed in this format. I imagine this picture full color would look beautiful, but on white on gray, it's just low resolution. It's just not there for me. This one doesn't do it for me. Kaylee was working all day. Can I get a highlight reel? Kaylee, quick backup. We'll back up just a little bit. We have only had 3, 4, 5, 6 witnesses, and they go like this. We had opening statements, which are not evidence, so we can skip that part as far as what was covered. Although I will say it got spicy from the get-go. Tommy Benefield was the victim's cousin who testified first, close friend, and possibly a close friend of Ashley, who was on the screen right there as well. Ashley's accused of shooting Doug, who was Tommy's cousin. Doug was her husband at the time. She met him at a political fundraiser. They hit it off and had an amazing, lengthy courtship of 13 days, after which they got married. And
all right, it's really 3:15. We're back on the record.
That's as far as we can
State
go.
versus Ashley Benefield. State, I don't know, what you planned on. I think you said you had 7 witnesses ready for today. Do you think we're going to get that far?
We have 2 crime scene techs in the hall. Mr. Borak, who is going to be relatively brief, I think, and then Ms. Conlon, who will not be relatively brief. And then I think we have 2 more on standby that are here.
Right, I have Ashley Byers out in the hall, and Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell. I don't anticipate their testimony is going to be very long at all from the state side, so I was hoping to get them done today if possible, so they don't have to come back tomorrow.
We'll see how far we get.
And just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have some issues with Byers and with Russell.
Okay.
Now you do?
But they're going to be later.
After the two crime scene texts.
Well, let's get through the 2 crime scene texts to guarantee we get through those, and then we'll see where we're at with time, and maybe we get to them today, maybe we don't. We'll do our best, obviously, because I'm with you. I've said before, I prefer to get, if you've got witness here, let's get through them. But maybe if we don't get there, that'll give you time to put whatever arguments you want on the record.
Sure.
Just while we're talking about scheduling, we have 8 witnesses scheduled for tomorrow. Depending on what happens today, it could be more. But the last witnesses are a firearms person, and they're not available until Thursday morning. He's coming from Jacksonville. So I just wanted the court to know, because I know you were, like, if we got done a little bit early, we're not going to, which I don't think will happen, we're not going to have him until Thursday morning, but then that would be our last witness if we're on schedule.
All right.
Just so that everybody's aware. I don't want to have him try to.
So that's a good update for you, though, because you were saying, hey, because you had somebody who's getting a surgery next week, and
We had somebody getting surgery on the 1st, and we have
people coming in from out of town.
4 out-of-state people. Yeah.
So there you go. The state is just thinking they're going to finish Thursday, Thursday morning.
If we're on schedule at the end of the day tomorrow, then we'll have 1 witness left.
So just FYI.
Yep.
All right. Are you ready to get the jury back in?
It's going to be a shorter case now.
Mr. Taylor, are you ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You will bring the jury.
All right, welcome back. Y'all can have a seat. So I had gone up to my office, and when I came back down on this floor, I realized, well, it's cold today. So again, I apologize. It's set somewhere else. So just keep in mind throughout I see some of you shivering throughout the rest of the trial. Please dress in layers so you're ready for kind of like going on that trip up north sometimes in the spring. Never quite sure what to take, so be prepared. While you were outside, did anybody discuss amongst yourselves anything about this case or begin your deliberations? Did anybody discuss anything about the case with anybody outside of this group? Did anybody do any research on people, places, things, or legal topics you've heard anything about? All right, everybody says no. When we took that break, the state was in the midst of presenting its case, so they're going to resume from there and call their next witness.
The state would call Megan Dvorak.
Megan Dvorak or something like that. She's going to be a crime scene
And then
technician.
I will need the screen for both of these witnesses, please.
Why can't we just leave it down? There's our CST right there. Making the Lorax.
Hello, ma'am.
Good morning.
Oh,
good afternoon, Judge.
Welcome. My name is Judge White. I'll be presiding over the case. Make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. There you go. And adjust however you need to. Speak in a nice, clear voice right into that microphone. We'll hear everything.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Megan Dvorak, last name spelled D as in David, V as in Victor, O-R-A-C-K.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
12 years.
And what are your current duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician?
6 years.
And what did you do prior to becoming a crime scene technician?
I was a 911 dispatcher.
And as a crime scene tech, when you changed over from dispatch to crime scene, did you have to go through some training?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury about that?
We do an in-house training. It's usually 3 to 6 months. We have certain criteria that we need to get checked off on by our own training officers as well as the unit manager, and he deems it appropriate when we're able to respond to calls and process evidence on our own.
And were you working as a crime scene tech in September of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked, I'm going to draw your attention specifically to September 27th, 2020. Were you asked to assist in a homicide call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what time were you called?
About 20 minutes to 9.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to respond to our CID interview area, which is at our main operations center, to meet with detectives and obtain photographs.
And what is CID?
Criminal Investigative Division.
And do you know what time, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And do you know what time you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 9:21 that evening.
And were you already said, I think you were asked to take photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that of?
Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what's the process for taking pictures of someone?
In this circumstance, we take overall photographs of the person as they are when we first see them, taking identification photos from the front of their face, the sides, and then we take photographs in various forms of them being stood fast in front of us. So we just go in clips from the top all the way down. So we do a face shot to her chest, middle area, and then legs, and then down to the feet. And so that's what we did first.
And then once you do that, what's the next thing you do?
The next thing we do, because I was also requested to, collect her clothing as items of evidence. And so we will start by removing an item of clothing. We're also checking for further injuries at that time or any marks that need to be identified and photographed. So we started doing that.
May I approach her?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 30. Will you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs I obtained that evening.
And do they fairly accurately depict Miss Benefield as you photographed her on September 27th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter and publish states 21 through 30.
Any objection? None. They'll be received.
Thank you.
Not sure if we're going to get to see these pictures. These are going to be a set of pictures of the
laser pointer
defendant.
there. You may have to check if it's on.
Looking for injuries.
It's on.
Okay. I'm going to start with states 21. And so if you'll just kind of, for the record, let me tell us what we're seeing in this picture.
Sure. This is a front identification picture, as we call them, of the subject that we're photographing, just like an ID photo that you would take on your driver's license.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, is that the time in which you're looking for any injuries?
Yes.
And did you observe any injuries on Miss Benefield's face?
No.
And I'll show you states 22. This is her right side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And states 23 would be the opposite side, left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you observe any injuries on either of those sides of her face?
No, ma'am.
And so then you said you kind of just go down the body front and back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you states 24. Will you tell me what we're seeing here?
This is the mid-torso from her breast line down to her pelvic hip area, with obviously her arms crossed in front of her person.
And states 25.
Is her shin, just above her shins and down to her ankles that are covered by shoes.
Thank you. And states 26.
And this is a rear view of that same photograph.
And did you, when you were taking these photos, did you observe any injuries on her arms or legs?
I believe that I observed some redness on her right forearm and some slight discoloration on the back of her left leg and upper right side of her right area, right thigh.
And so I'm showing you now states 27. Is that what you're are you documenting her, the red mark you saw on her wrist in this photo?
Yes.
And you said at some point, or that you did not observe any injuries to her face or head.
Objection leading.
I'll overrule.
Thank you. I believe you just testified that you didn't observe any injuries on her face or head. Is that correct?
I did not see any.
But did you document her left ear?
I did.
And I'm going to show you states 28. Is this her left ear?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you document her left ear?
Her attorney that was present at that evening with her in the room advised me that she had...
Hearsay.
Sustain that.
I think it's
Is it
effect on
offer
the-
for the truth?
No, it's effect on the listener.
All right, overruled.
Oh, man.
Go ahead.
Her attorney that was in the room advised me that she had seen some redness on the defendant's ear. And so I did take it for posterity reasons, photographs of that ear.
Thank you.
Real
And then
close-up.
once you took these overall photos that we just saw and documented those, the wrist, the scratch on her wrist, did you have her remove her T-shirt?
I did.
And did you observe any injuries once she removed her T-shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
I noticed a scratch, a little vertical scratch under her right breast area, and then more scratches above her right hip.
I'm going to show you states 29. It's been cropped just for modesty purposes, but can you kind of orient us to where this is on Miss Benefield's body?
Looking straight forward at Miss Benefield, this would be just under the right breast area, just under the bra line. And
go ahead. And then
right here is the scratch I was referring to.
Thank you. And states 30, are these the scratches you mentioned on her hip?
Yes, so this would be the side of her right hip.
And I'm going to show you the picture. Up there, they kind of look brown, but were they in fact brown?
No, ma'am, they were red.
Thank you. And you said that's her right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you observe any other injuries once Miss Benefield removed her clothing?
No, ma'am.
And did you collect her clothing?
I did.
Did you conduct any further investigation after you documented Miss Benefield?
No.
Do you have anything else for her? I don't have any further questions, Mr. Warwick. Defense may.
Thank you.
None of those injuries would be from firing a firearm. That's not consistent with that. You could get some bruising, you could get some cuts on the hand and things like that, but those are not shooting injuries.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I think that the monitor did not accurately portray two of the photographs. I wonder if the court had any objections before I begin my cross-publishing these two.
Absolutely not. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just hand them to the deputy.
Yes.
Can you state for the record which numbers they were?
They would have been 29 and 30, Judge.
29 and 30. Thank you.
The last two images. They're actually showing the uncropped images to the jury. Fun fact, depending on the HDMI cable you use, the image can look different. Coloring could be off.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Is it deputy or Ms.?
CST.
Crime scene, Dvorak or Mrs.
Okay. Are you a licensed deputy or?
No, I'm not a certified. I'm classified as civilian.
Civilian. Okay, that works for the sheriff's department
Yes, sir.
as a crime scene technician.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you, of course, filled out a report of the things that you did on that particular day, did you not?
Yes.
And among other things, as you've explained to us here this afternoon, Ms. Dorvik, you also collected, did you not, DNA swabs?
I did.
Okay, will you tell us what DNA swabs are?
DNA swabs, dependent upon what I'm being requested to swab, are utilized when I'm trying to get a possible DNA sample from an area. In this circumstance, I believe I took, if I can just refer to my report,
Please,
Judge?
absolutely. Take your time. You can refer to your notes. I don't need to speak for the court, but I'm pretty confident on that one.
I did take a buccal swab. We call it a buccal swab standard from the defendant. And then for this particular case, I took touch DNA swabs, which meaning I was swabbing specific areas that the defendant's counsel had advised me that I needed to swab in accordance to find maybe possibly some of Mr. Benefield's DNA. I believe I swabbed several areas in reference to that.
Okay, and would those areas that you swabbed include Ms. Benefield's hands?
Let's see. I did swab her forearm and wrist areas, both from the left and the right.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think you referred to that as touch DNA?
Yes.
In other words, trying to break this down in its simplest terms, it would indicate when the results came back whether or not a particular individual may have touched Ashley Benefield in those areas that you swabbed.
Objection.
If she can answer, overruled.
You may answer.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And in this instance, by what you just expressed to us, you were taking those touch DNA samples off Miss Benefield's wrists and forearms to check to see if Douglas Benefield had touched her on that particular day.
I believe it was just to see if any touch DNA profile came back.
Okay, would Douglas Benefield be included in that?
I don't know for certain. I did not send off the swab, so I'm not sure who they were actually putting a profile against or running it against to.
Okay, so you swab it, it's sent off to the lab?
The detective is the one who determines what swabs get sent off and who the DNA comparison is related to.
Okay, and the lab analyzes it and sends it back?
Yes.
And when they send it back, they distinguish what individuals may or may not have left their DNA in the areas that you swabbed.
I can't answer that. I don't know what their results look like or what their job entails.
Well, do you know what the end result of your swabbing is for?
I do not.
Okay, you don't know whether it's to establish if somebody touched them in those areas.
I do swab to see if there is multiple or just one DNA profile in that area. But like I said, I don't know who, if they were sending him off to compare with Mr. Benefield's DNA or not.
I understand. So you don't know who, but when you swab, you're swabbing to see whether or not scientifically there's going to be evidence that someone may have touched Miss Benefield in those areas?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
One second, Ron. Storvec, you have your report with you?
I do.
Would you look at the first page where you begin listing the areas that you swabbed?
Yes.
Does it not at the bottom also say that you swabbed the suspect's right hand and left hand?
Yes, it does. I
Not the
apologize. I missed that.
Miss
Yes.
Benefield's right hand and left hand.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so you did the right hand, the left hand, the right wrist, the left wrist, the right forearm, and the left forearm.
Yes, the forearms and wrists were one swab individually on both arms, and then yes, I did swab both her right hand and her left hand individually.
And what do you do with the swabs after you've completed your task?
They are sealed with evidence tape, and they are signed on the seal to ensure that the seal is not broken. And then I place them into our property and evidence division, to which the detective deems that they need to be sent off or not.
Who's the lead detective on this case?
Detective Justin Warren.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, can the witness be released? State?
Yes.
We have her under subpoena, Your Honor. I'm going to have to ask that you remain under.
All right, ma'am. You're not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so you're not to discuss your testimony or the questions asked of you with the attorneys or anyone else, any other witnesses. You're not to talk with any witnesses about their testimony or other evidence. You're not to watch or hear anything about the proceedings until you're released from your subpoena or the jury has been discharged.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can go. All right, State, call your next witness.
The state would call Amanda Conlon.
So she's holding the door for her coworker at her CST.
Hello, ma'am. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. Get about to 12 to 15 inches from that microphone. It adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need. Speak in a loud, clear voice right into it. And you should be able to hear everything. We hear you breathing, you know you're too close.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Friel.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Amanda Conlon, Conlon.
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been so employed?
20 years.
And have you been, what is your current duties? What are your current duties?
A crime scene technician.
And have you been a crime scene technician that whole 20 years?
No.
What did you do before that?
I was in teletype, which is part of dispatch.
And then how long have you been in the crime scene unit?
17 years.
And what kind of training do you get to become a crime scene technician?
I went to St. Pete College and for crime scene specifically.
And then once you join the unit, do you have any on-the-job training?
Yes.
And do you continue to receive trainings if methods change or new science evolves?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And in the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you arrive there?
Approximately, I got called at 1937 hours. And I think I arrived about 28 hours approximately.
Okay, so just because I don't math, 7:37 p.m.?
Yes.
And then you got there at 8:28?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And was law enforcement already on scene?
Yes.
And how do you get called out to a scene?
It was a Sunday night and I was on call. So since I was the on-call person, Sergeant Moss was the one who actually called me out that night.
And when you arrived there, without telling me what they say, did you speak to law enforcement to get an idea of what had happened?
Yes.
And what is your task there on scene at White Rock Terrace?
Once I arrive and wait for the search warrant to arrive, I can only take photographs of the outside of the residence on the street of where the crime scene tape was. And when the search warrant arrived, then I was able to enter the residence.
And prior to entering the residence at 11331, did you go next door to the neighbor's house?
Yes.
Okay. And why'd you go over there?
There was a firearm that I needed to collect.
And tell me about that. Where was the firearm?
When I arrived, Detective Ackerman was outside the residence with the firearm, which was in a paper bag.
And was it secured, I guess?
He secured it, yes.
And what type of firearm was it?
It was a Springfield .45 caliber.
And when you got there, had it already been unloaded, or was it still?
It was still, the magazine was still loaded.
I'm sorry, she kept that in her bra?
And it did in fact have bullets in it?
It had 1 in the chamber and 3 in the magazine.
Thing's huge.
And what type of ammo was in the firearm, if you recall?
45 caliber and Hornady, I believe.
Hornady?
And once you collect the gun, what do you do with it?
On scene that night, I secured it in my van, locked my van.
May I approach?
Yes.
Laura, sorry, I'm not. She just said
I'm
previously
first
she
gonna show
carried
you
the gun in
states
her bra.
31, 32, and 33.
45
Please
is
take
a
a look at
massive
those and
gun.
tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize them.
And how you recognize them?
Those are my photographs that I took of the gun that was next door.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict it as you found it on September 27th, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to enter 31, 32, and 33.
Any objection?
No.
Received?
Thank you. And may I publish them?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, there's a pointer there. I don't think you'll need it at this point, but if you do. I'm going to show you first states 31. What's the purpose of this picture?
That is the next door neighbor's house, so I'm showing the address.
And I'll show you states 32. Is that how you found the firearm that day or that evening?
Yes.
And are those potentially Detective Ackerman's feet there?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the front porch of that same address?
Looks like a DoorDash delivery.
And then states 33.
That's the firearm.
And the slide is back in this firearm in this picture.
It's a
Was
compact.
that done by the detective prior to you getting it from him?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a compact. You can see that from the grip extension on the magazine.
And Ms. Conlon, I left an item there with you. It is states 13. Would you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the box that I packaged the gun in, and it's got the information on this side of it.
And your information from when you packaged it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you look inside? It's open. Yep.
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packed it back in September of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to enter and publish states 13.
Received?
Thank you. Would it be okay if the deputy just walked in front of the...
Yes, I would prefer that.
Thank you. Thank you.
The testimony we heard was that the defendant at a political convention where there was Secret Service, left outside the convention, went out and showed some of the people she was with a firearm that she had stored in her bra. We're assuming that that's the same firearm. 45, it's not a compact, like width-wise, it's not a compact firearm.
After you collected the gun, I think I got ahead of myself earlier. At some point, do you enter 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your, what do you do when you are processing this scene? You said you'd already taken outside photos?
Yes.
And so what's the next step?
I start to take photos into the inside, and I entered through the garage door, which was open. I entered then into a hallway where there was a laundry room on the left side of me. And then as I continued down the hallway, there was 2 bedrooms on my left side. And then there was a bathroom at the very end of this hallway.
And so do you document the entire inside of the house before there's any searches or evidence collected?
Yes.
It was Navy.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Ms. Conlon, I'm going to show you states 34 through 82. It'll take you a minute, but if you'll go through each of those and let me know when you're done.
They said it was a Springfield, right? Let me see if I can get some average measurements on that. You guys can chew on it for a bit here. See, that was probably like a XD 4-inch compact. Holds 10-round magazine. Grip width is 1.5 inches wide. Length is 7.3 inches long. 5 inches tall. It had the extended mag, so it's 5 and 3/4 inches tall. Weighs 29 ounces, 30 ounces with the extended mag. Plus ammo. Ammo is heavy as well. It's pretty big.
You looked at them all?
Yes.
And do you recognize states 34 through 82?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are the photographs I took that night.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the home as it was when you documented it and then collected evidence back in September of 2020?
Yes.
And I'm also going to show you state 16. It's laying there. You kind of were describing the layout.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the residence.
And does it depict the portion of the residence we are going to discuss this afternoon?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would ask to enter states 16 and states 34 through 82.
Any objection? None. They'll all be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I publish?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Conlon, would that sketch, if I had blown it up, assist you in describing the house as we walk through it?
Yes.
And can you take a look at this blow up and tell me if it is an accurate depiction of state 16?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, feel free to reposition yourself as you need to get a clear view of what's going on.
Thank you, Judge.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Conlon, we're gonna, you have a pointer there. So we're gonna kind of walk through this house, through your pictures and this sketch if you don't mind. Okay, so you said you entered through the garage. Will you just point out for the jury where that is in this picture? Or the sketch, sorry.
Right there.
Okay. And then you already said you went in through a laundry room. So if you just kind of point to where you walked through.
I walked through here.
Okay. And I'm gonna.
Camera's lost.
I'm gonna steal those pictures. going to start with states 34. What is this picture?
This is the driveway of the residence.
And this is the 1331, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's a U-Haul truck?
Correct.
Okay. And then this is states 35. What is this?
This is still the driveway, and this is one of the storage pods and the U-Haul.
And then you said you went in through the garage.
Correct.
This is states 36. Where are you standing in this photo? When you take this photo, sorry.
I'm standing right in the entranceway of the garage.
And then states 37. What do we see here?
Still the garage.
And what is that doorway that's depicted in the middle of states 37?
So that's the hallway, and then once I enter that hallway, the laundry room's right there on the left-hand side.
And states 38, is this laundry room you were just discussing?
Yes.
And then once you go through the laundry room, what's the first thing you encounter?
Past the laundry room, there's a bedroom, which is right here.
And did you enter that bedroom and document it with a photo?
Yes, I did.
And that states 39. Is this that bedroom that on the sketch is labeled child's bedroom?
Yes.
And were there things in this bedroom that indicated to you that potentially a child lived in that bedroom?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a small mattress, and there were some items in the closet.
Now, after you went in there, where's the next area you go?
I'm continuing down the hallway, and there's the second bedroom.
Okay. And we're going to come back to that one. Eventually, do you go through into the living room area?
Yes. Okay. So once I get to the end of the hallway, then I start my photos around here in the kitchen.
And this is states 40. What area are we looking at here?
You're in the living room right now.
And this, we're going to have dueling laser pointers. This here, what door is that?
That's the front door.
Okay. So that's on the right side of this picture?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then here, is that the same front door on the left side of this picture states 41?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you depicting here?
The dining room.
And then in states 42, where are you standing now when you take states 42?
So I'm standing in the living room, and I'm closest to the kitchen, like right in this area.
Thank you. And did you document the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And where is this was this a pantry in states 43?
Yes.
Okay. And where is it?
It's right there.
And then this is this sketch is only the part of the house that we're going to talk about today. Is that right?
Correct.
Where is there something past the kitchen and those bathrooms there?
Yes, there's a master bedroom and bathroom in this area.
And did you go back and document that room?
I did.
Did you find anything of evidence in that room?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Once you've walked through the whole home, and you said you had gone into that bedroom we called Miss Benefield's bedroom on the sketch, do you also document any evidence that you find?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you states 44. Can you tell us what we're seeing here and then show us where this would be on that sketch?
So that's blood, and that's the entranceway of this bedroom right here. So it would be going this way.
And just to be clear, the wood part would be the bedroom and the tile would be the hallway?
Correct.
Okay. And then is this the same entranceway from a different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And were you made aware of what that smear was from, or that blood mark?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was from the victim being dragged out to be worked on.
And did it go all the way, did it start in that bedroom?
Yes.
And where did it end?
It ended at the front door.
And I'll show you states 46. I think it's a little more clear, but this is the bedroom.
Correct.
Thank you. And then what bedroom is this?
This is, once again, the same bedroom.
And this is 47. And we'll call this Miss Benefield's bedroom, if that's okay with you.
They're not showing the bloody
And,
crime scene pictures
so what are
to
we
us,
looking at here?
Unfortunately.
I've started to take my photographs like in a 360 inside the bedroom. So I'm documenting right now the blood that's right there in the middle.
And I'm just gonna, can you just kind of mark it on there? Circle it, I guess. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that states 47. Oh. It states 48. There's some, would you call them bifold doors there?
Yes.
And what is that we're looking at the base of?
That's the closet.
And then this is states 49. Is that the same closet?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you said you did a 360 view. Does that mean you take pictures of the whole room?
Yes, corner to corner, as best I can.
Thank you. And this is states 50. What are you documenting here?
Once again, the room, I'm just standing at a different corner, and then I'm starting to focus in on the casings that are in the room.
And after you've gone through these pictures, do you later mark items of evidence in a certain way?
Yes.
And how do you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I will come back and place evidence markers down by anything that I think is evidence.
And did you do that in this room?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you states 51. This is the same bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. So what markers do we see here?
You're seeing 1 through 6.
And do you then also kind of zoom in or get closer pictures of what each item you're documenting?
Yes.
And so we'll start with, this is states 52. That's that same room we've been seeing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in states 51, we can see that next to the room is marker number 1.
Yes.
Okay. So it's just kind of hidden in this picture. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm capable, I'm going to try to zoom in. What are you documenting in state 1?
I'm starting to get close-ups of the evidence markers and the casings that are next to them.
Okay. And so at at markers 1, 2, and 3 here in states 52, what are those 3 items?
They're casings.
This computer's killing me. And then in states 53, where are you standing now?
Now my back is towards the wall, so I'd be right in front of evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And we see 4 and 6. What other markers do we see that we have not seen before in this picture?
So 4 and 6 and 5. 5 is in the corner.
And then is that white sticker on the wall a marker also?
Yes, that's 7 is.
And states 54 accomplishes what I tried to accomplish a moment ago. These are the closer up pictures of 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
Okay. And did you collect those 3 casings?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states 4, 5, and 6. Will you take a look at those 3 items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
They've got my ID, my last name, my seal.
And do they, other than having been repackaged for trial purposes, do states 4, 5, and 6 appear in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged them?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 4, 5, and 6.
Any objection to states 4, 5, and 6? Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're at states picture 55. What are you depicting here?
Pardon me.
So there's the casing there, but also a close-up of the blood.
And did you collect that casing?
I did.
Same question on state 7.
Now they give us a
You
close-up
recognize
of blood. They wouldn't
Yes,
show
I
us
do.
the house pictures.
And how do you recognize it?
Got the
My last
bloody
name, my ID, my seal.
And other than being repackaged, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter State 7.
Any objection to State 7?
No, sir.
Received?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge, could we just publish by having these casings passed, these 4 casings passed?
You see them?
Yes, sir. You want to-
No, I just need to just hold them up. Yes, you may pass those.
Thank you.
While they're doing that, I'm hearing a report of an explosion at Yellowstone, a natural explosion, where I guess water flash vaporized and exploded in it's like Biscuit Basin. Caught on camera. Just crazy. They're running for their lives from explosion. No words of any injuries. Can't see anyone that got hurt in the video. The boardwalk was destroyed. And the basin's now closed by park rangers.
You got them all, Deputy? All right, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. To show you States 56, we see 1, 2, and 3, which we've already discussed, but also number 5. What were you documenting with tent number 5?
There's a projectile at 5.
And in States 57, is that a close-up of that projectile?
Yes.
And did you collect it?
Yes.
Yellowstone National Park, Biscuit Basin, there was an unexpected hydrothermic explosion in Biscuit Basin. No one was injured, apparently.
Take a look at States 9. And
but it's
tell
on
me
video
if you
all over social
recognize
media
it.
right now.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my last name, my ID, and my CO.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it from marker number 5?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to enter States 9.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now we're looking back out of the same bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is States 58, and we see a marker we have not seen before in the middle there. Well, a couple. But that first one in the hallway.
Check the leading.
I'll sustain. She can explain.
Thank you. Can you tell me which markers we see in this picture?
So going out into the hallway towards the front door is 13, 14, 15.
And would you point to them if you don't mind with that laser pointer?
Right there, there, and there.
And then on the wall, do we see a marker, or is there any other markers besides number 6 and the ones you just discussed?
Number 7.
Okay. And what were you documenting with number 7?
A projectile hole.
And this is States 59. Is that the same hole?
Yes.
Thank you. And at some point, did you attempt to determine what happened to the projectile after it went through number 7?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to figure that out?
Yes.
And where did it go?
It ended up in the bathroom's door frame.
And do you have some type of equipment that you use to try to help you in that, to figure out the path of a bullet?
A trajectory rod? Yes.
And did you use that in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you State 60, and if you could describe for the jury what they're seeing here, please.
So the hole starts at 7 and enters.
This is
so that's
important
an entryway.
testimony, if we can see this.
Then this is where it ended up. So the projectile's right there at 11 in the door frame.
Thank you. And did you document the path that it took?
I did.
Okay. So that was State 60, if I didn't state it for the record. This is State 61.
So that would be on the other side of 7. So 7's an entry. 8 is an exit, so that's going into the bathroom cabinet underneath the sink.
And if you can, well, I guess, so 7 would be on the opposite side of the wall?
In the bedroom, correct.
Thank you. And then after it left 8, did you determine where it went?
Its path continued through the cabinet door.
And this is state 62. What do we see here?
So now it is entering the cabinet door, so that's what number 9 is labeling.
Thank you. And what's this in states 63?
So that's the same cabinet door, and this is it exiting that cabinet door.
And this is state 64 for perspective. Will you show us, just point to where states, the marker 10 is?
Right there.
10, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, 10.
And did you determine the final resting place of this projectile?
I did.
And where was it?
It's at 11 in the door frame.
So this is state 65. What's this?
That is where the projectile ended up.
And state 66, what do we see here?
That is a close-up, and you can actually see the projectile right there.
And did you dig it out of the wall?
I did.
And state 67, what do we see here?
That is, it's been dug out, so that's just showing that it came out, and it's right there.
And did you collect that projectile?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 8. Same questions. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And other than being repackaged for court purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed it from the wall back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 8.
No objection. Received.
I'm going to show you state 68. Can you tell me what you're documenting here?
So that is the blood trail. So I'm now in the living room, dining room area. So that's 14, 15, and 16 are all blood.
And we saw a 14, 15, and 16 in a previous picture. Are these the same ones?
Yes.
You only use each number once?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And this door, what is the door in the middle of this picture?
That's the front door.
And then state 69, what do we see here?
So I continued outside because there was more blood outside. So that is right in the front entrance outside the front door. So it would be right in this area. So that's 17 and 18 with blood.
Thank you. And when you said this area, you pointed, but I didn't see. Would you mind?
Right in this area.
Thank you. Did you locate any other projectiles in the home?
I did.
And where was it? Where was it? One or more?
It's one more, just one more.
And where was it?
It's in the living room.
And did you document that with photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you state 70. What do we see here? And if you could just show us on that sketch where we're looking.
So this is the living room, and it's right by the front door. So it's and this is the front door, so it's right here in this area. So there's the window. So it's right there.
Thank you. And what is this item in state 71, if you know?
It's that it's some kind of shelving.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
The path that the projectile took.
And can you just point to the jury what you used?
Right there, and there's the projectile hole.
Thank you. And this is state 72. Is this the projectile you just told us about?
It is.
And did you remove it from the wall?
I did.
And you collected it?
I did.
I'll show you states 10. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My last name, my ID, and my seal.
And does, other than repackaged for trial purposes, does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 10.
No objection.
Received.
And may I have the deputy pass 8, 9, and 10, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I was hoping we'd get a better depiction of the angles of the trajectory for the different rounds, so we could sort of place her at the scene. If Doug was struck with the bullet and then entered something else as well, that would be very telling to see if it was a downward position and was already on the ground or something when he was shot. The spent bullet casings are being passed around there. There's not much you can draw from that other than the fact that you pick one up and like, wow, that's big. Wow, that's heavy. That's about it. It's impact. It's not like the jury's gonna be like, yep, that's 45. A 45 by definition is 0.45 inches across. It's a big bullet.
All right, State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Conlon, did you find any firearms in this home?
I did.
And I want to show you States 49. We previously viewed it. What do we see here in 49?
The backpack that's in the closet.
Okay. And did you search that backpack?
I did.
And did you document that search?
I did.
Okay. And so this is State 73. Is that the same backpack?
Yes.
And what did you find inside that backpack?
A firearm.
Did you find anything to indicate to you whose backpack it was?
There was a driver's license.
And this is State 74. Is this the driver's license you found in the backpack?
Yes.
And would you mind telling me the name on it?
Ashley Benefield.
Thank you. And what do we see here in State 75?
That's the firearm.
And then at some point later, once you collected it, did you lay it out and document it?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you State 76. And let me ask you first, what kind of firearm was it?
It was a Sig Sauer 380.
And in State 76, is that the same firearm?
Yes.
I can zoom in if you, maybe.
This is a different firearm?
To be sure, or give you the other picture. Is that the Sig Sauer?
It is.
Thank you.
That's a much more concealable gun. Possibly that was the one that she had at the convention.
And I'm going to show you States 43. We saw this picture. This is in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value in that pantry?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it?
A firearm.
And can we see it here in this picture?
You can't see it, but it's where the Jiffy peanut butter is. There's a basket, and it's in that basket.
And so now...
Keep my firearms by the Jiffy. Where else?
State 77. Is that the same Jiffy or Jif?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it creamy or is it?
And 78.
The basket's been taken down to a lower shelf, and then the firearm's in there.
And did you also later document this firearm on some brown paper?
I did.
And in State 79, is that what we see?
Yes.
And what kind of firearm was that?
It was a Springfield 9mm.
Thank you.
She's just got guns hidden all over the house?
Did you collect, and I'm sorry, let's go back to the SIG that was in the closet. Was it loaded?
It was.
And you said that was a 380?
Oh, yes.
And the one that this one we're looking at here, was it loaded?
Yes.
Okay. And in this picture, can you tell us what all we see in this picture?
It's been secured, so the slide is back. This is the magazine. So there was 1 in the chamber and then 9 in the magazine.
And they're still in the magazine at this point?
Correct.
Thank you.
So she had a 380, a 9, and a 45.
And I know you already said 9mm?
Yes.
Thank you. Just don't want to get them confused. Did you collect any other items of evidence from the home?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they?
2 cell phones were collected.
And I'm going to show you States 80. What is this item?
That is a cell phone which was on the living room couch.
And you collected it?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the clerk?
Yes.
Yeah, let's grab it. Ms. Conlon, I'm showing you states 11. Can you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And is that the phone we see? I'm sorry, what is it?
It is the cell phone that's on the couch.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the same color, everything.
And is it documented with this case number and the time of this case?
Yes.
And other than possibly some paperwork being added, does it appear to be the same or substantially the same condition?
Yes.
The state would ask to enter states 11.
No objection.
Received.
Thank you. And how many phones did you collect?
2.
And where was the second phone?
In the garage.
And what do we see here in states 81?
So it's a shelf. So it's right outside, going back to the garage. So it's a shelf that's right here, the entryway into the house. So there was a shelf area.
And is that same phone depicted in states 82?
Yes.
And I'm showing you states 12. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
The case number, what kind of phone it was,
and
the date that this occurred.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt you. And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it back in September of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter states 12.
No objection.
Received.
Once you collected these phones, what did you do with them?
Everything was secured back in the lab once I cleared the scene, but these 2 phones were assigned over to a detective so they can be searched.
And what detective was that?
Blazinski.
Thank you. His last name?
Blazinski.
Thank you.
You just call him Ski.
Because we tight like
Other
that.
than after what we've just gone through from September 27th, were you later asked to do something else in this case?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was on October 1st.
And what were you asked to do?
To photograph Ashley Benefield.
And did you do that?
I did.
And where did that take place?
In our CID.
And I'm going to show you states 83, 84, and 85. You haven't seen these today. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photos I took of Ashley.
And do they appear, or do they fairly and accurately depict how she appeared to you back in October 1st, 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state would ask to enter and publish 83, 84, and 85.
No objection.
Received.
And what was the purpose of taking pictures of her?
So this was after the night that everything occurred, and I know Megan took pictures of her that night, but sometimes bruising does not show up for a couple days, so that was why I went back to take pictures of her.
And did you observe any injuries on her body?
There were scratches, yes.
I'm going to show you states 83. What's the purpose of this photo?
It's just to show who I'm taking a picture of.
And did you observe any injuries to Ms. Benefield's face or neck?
I did not.
And then states 84.
So that's the scratches.
And just for orientation purposes, that's the right side of her body?
Yes.
Thank you. And states 85.
The scratch in her back.
And for orientation purposes, what side of her body would that be?
Actually, I'm sorry, it's not her back. It's
It's cropped, so you can't see anything.
I believe it's right under her bra line.
It's been cropped quite down.
Yeah. So it's the right side of her body.
Thank you. And were you asked to conduct any further investigation in this case?
No.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment with co-counsel? Of course. Thank you.
Anything else for this one?
Thank you, Ms. Conlon. I don't have any other questions.
Sir Keith passing up the notes. I can't even visualize what they're doing to make this much noise between question and witness.
right, Mr. Taylor, do you need any of the displays?
I'd like to just take a moment, Your Honor, and look through the pictures.
Hey, Judy, what was I supposed to post on the Amazon list?
You break it, you buy it.
She dropped something. Maybe a computer. Poor Mr. O'Keefe back there on that back row. Wishes he could be right up there with everybody else at the big boys' table. The big kids' table. This is so loud. Let me just crank the noise down just a little bit. I'm not sure if any of this recording is quiet enough to get a soundbite from.
So, Mr. Taylor, would you like me to leave that on, or would you like me to get that out of your way?
You can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
Quiet again. That was the projector screen going up. Just leave it down.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
You took more pictures on that day than were actually introduced here this afternoon.
Correct.
All right. Let me pass this one to you and see if it's one of the photographs that you took. Yeah, you are. May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I did take this photograph.
Okay. State chose not to offer that to you, so I'd like you to identify it for us.
It is Ashley. I'm assuming it's her maiden name, Byers. It is her, and it's her concealed weapons firearm license.
Okay. And is it an accurate reproduction, just like all the other photographs that you took on that day?
Yes.
We move respectfully, Your Honor, and introduce it as Defense Exhibit Number 2.
Any objection?
No, I recognize the state case we had.
Thank you. Received.
You're going to publish that with all the personally identifiable information?
I want.
Is that one, I'm sorry, so has that already been marked?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We pre-marked all of them.
Thank you.
Ms. Conlon, I want to just concentrate for a moment on the cell phone that you said that was on the couch that you recovered.
Yes.
Let me just try to refresh your recollection as to whether or not that cell phone, rather than being on the couch, was in the couch.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, it was originally in the couch, and then it was removed and put on top to take the photograph.
The crime scene photographs that you took, I want to make sure we understand. You went in there and took these photographs and processed it after the deputies and EMS were in there.
Correct.
So what your photographs tell us, correct me if I'm wrong, is that that's the way the scene appeared at the time you took the photograph.
Correct.
It's not necessarily the way the scene was prior to the time you snapped your photograph.
Correct.
So in other words, the broom, just as an example that was in one of the photographs, that broom may very well have been knocked aside when the deputies were working on Mr. Benefield, trying to assist him.
Yes, that's possible.
And that could apply to the shell casings as well when the EMS people dragged Mr. Benefield out of the bedroom.
Correct.
You would have no way of knowing.
Correct.
All your photographs tell us is how things looked when you took the photograph.
Correct.
The blood marks from the bedroom all the way out to the front door, once again, is the scene after the EMS went through there along with the deputies.
Correct.
The last thing I want to ask you is, you did, to my knowledge, 2 separate reports. Is that correct?
I believe it was one. If you would show me what you're looking at.
Sure. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So these are my property receipts.
Yes, okay.
So that would be separate from the original written report.
Okay, but these are reports that you did.
Correct, yes.
And one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, is it Deputy Conlon or?
No, I'm a civilian.
Crime scene?
Yes, crime scene.
Or Ms. Conlon?
Yes, yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the dates of the report is on the day of the incident, 9/27/20.
Correct.
Okay, and the second one is on October 12th of 2020.
Yes.
And on both of these reports, Ms. Conlon, you, under type of case, noted as a homicide.
Correct.
When you're photographing this scene and executing your duties, all you know is that somebody died as a result of what happened there.
Correct.
You don't know whether or not it was a crime.
I do not know.
That's why you call it a homicide.
Correct.
If you knew it was a crime, you'd call it a murder.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Why do we call her a crime scene technician then?
Redirect?
Sorry, just 1 second.
Very little redirect on this. I mean, the prosecution
Anything else, Judge? Thank you.
doesn't think they got anything.
All right.
See, nothing
Hold on
again.
a second. Can she be released?
Yes.
Can she be released from her subpoena?
No, we'd like to keep her under subpoena, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Conlon, you were
Your
not
Honor, I
released from
would
your
like-
trial.
I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
You were not released from your trial subpoena. The rule of sequestration has been invoked, so that means you cannot discuss your testimony here today with anyone outside this courtroom, including the attorneys. You can't talk about it with any other witnesses. You can't talk with witnesses about what they testified about or what questions were asked of them. All right, so remain available.
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we publish Defense Exhibit 2, please?
Wait,
Absolutely, yes.
that too. That's his.
Yes, Defense 2.
Just a photograph.
Well, hold on, but the deputy has something else in his hand.
That's the report. Yeah, that was his.
That's yours.
Yes.
All right. And we'll publish 2. Ms. Conlon, there's a lot of stuff flying around. Just look through your file, make sure that.
That I did not.
Yeah.
Make sure you didn't steal any of our evidence. Not that we're saying you would, but just to check so we both feel good about it.
Everything's yours?
Yes. It's
All right, ma'am. You're free to go for now. Be available if they need you again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. While they're looking at Defense 2, go ahead and approach.
It's nice and quiet. I will turn the sound down so we don't get blasted out when they come back. All right, we are moving right through, let's see, Amanda Conlon. She was the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. She's the 7th witness so far. We're scheduled for 8 tomorrow, 8 witnesses. We're not sure if we're going to get through Alicia Byers and Russell today. They might be the ones that are scheduled for tomorrow as well. Those are, I believe, investigators. Interesting that the prosecution is not cross-examining or not redirecting on any of their witnesses. They have the right to ask questions first, state gets to cross-examine, and then prosecution can redirect and sort of gain back any ground that the defense gained. They're not doing it. They're just no questions, which means either they're not afraid of anything they've gained from their witness, because I think they got some good stuff from some of these witnesses. But I think at least you should go back and just hit your key points that you want the jury to remember from them. It is a little bit weird. Let's see. Audio's coming back. Plug your ears. There we go.
Members of the jury. So we've had a very busy day, and talking with the attorneys, we're right on time. We're doing great. There's some couple legal matters that I need to address before we go to tomorrow, just to kind of smooth things out and make sure the presentation doesn't take up too much of your time, and it's as smooth as possible. And I think what I'd prefer to do is go ahead and let you all go for the evening now. And we're going to stay and work. I don't want you to think we're going to run home right now. We're going to stay and work, talk about tomorrow, and get it all worked out so we can hit the ground running tomorrow. Now, I had originally said that tomorrow morning I might need to start late because I had court. That resolved itself, but I think we're still moving along pretty good, so I think we're going to look for a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow. So if you could be downstairs in the jury assembly room at I almost said 7:45.
East Coast, it's 4:30 right now.
That should be plenty of time. The deputies will come get you. Is anybody picking tomorrow? Okay. Do you know if everybody's been released? There won't be any jurors. Okay. I was just checking because a lot of times we'll pick juries on Mondays and Wednesdays, so I was just checking to see if there's going to be a whole bunch of people down there. The clerk says probably not, so you'll probably have the room to yourself. If there are people there for civil juries or something like that, if you all could kind of stay generally in the same area, you have to sit right next to each other, but that way we kind of know where everybody's at. So you're free to go for the evening, maybe beat the traffic. But remember, please, last night you got home and family and friends at work was probably asking how's it going. You got to say, hey, I don't know anything yet. We haven't done opening statements. All we do is pick the jury. But now you've heard some testimony. So at this point, it's going to become even more important for you to follow these rules of no discussion amongst yourselves, no discussions about the case with anyone outside of this room, and make sure you try and avoid the news or don't, look at your favorite websites, but try to avoid doing any research on the people, places, things, or legal topics that you've heard anything about. Remember, too, I don't know about you, but my fingers my toes are pretty cold, so dress warm or dress appropriate so you can come and adjust as you need.
These poor folks in Florida, they don't own
but
coats.
As you see, we have breaks throughout the day, so if you do want to bring something, they can bring
dozen eggs.
I'll discuss that with them. Okay. They'll discuss that with you because I want you to be able to bring in snacks as you need. All right. You're all set for the evening. We'll see you back here. Yes, please leave the notes. Those must stay here. If you just put them face down on your chairs, the deputies will pick them up and we'll hand them back out tomorrow. All right. We'll see you in the morning.
Okay, so the business, first of all, the judge said to the jury, in the jury room, is anyone picking tomorrow? Meaning there are other juries being selected. Because if they were, that room would be crowded. Looks like that's not happening, so the jury's going to meet down that room. Once the jury leaves, we've got some objections on the side of the defense about these next two witnesses, Alicia Byers and Miss Russell.
Yeah, I was also going to say it's only been about an hour since the last break, but does anybody want to step out for a minute?
I would like to.
Okay.
No, let's go.
No, let's go.
I'll take a 5-minute break, though. That way, if you guys want to stretch your legs.
Quick 5-minute break. We'll let people leave, wander around. Defense has said they have some objections about these next two witnesses, or at least one of the two witnesses. Not sure if it's Alicia Byers or Miss Russell. I believe they're both possibly experts or investigators. Not sure exactly what their role is here, but we're going to fight that out now while the jury is headed home, beating traffic, and then we'll see what conclusion we can come to. There might be some exclusions. The defense might prevail in this argument, and then you get somebody excluded from testifying in court. Makes things go a little bit faster. Can't go too much faster, though, because the state will be resting. Currently, at this rate, they're saying they're expecting to rest on Thursday morning, which means they turned over to the defense at that time. And if witnesses get cut out completely, we're going to have an early out on Wednesday, and then because the witness that comes on Thursday isn't available until Thursday. So Alicia is Ashley's mom, but not Alicia Byers. Oh, you're right. Byers was her maiden name, Jordy. Thank you, by the way. Good to have you here. I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back, Jordy. Alicia is Ashley's mom. You've been a lurker. I think that's what it is. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I believe the attorney is paid for. Nikki, I think the defense would prefer that all the witnesses that the state calls are not allowed in, but unfortunately, they might not have viable objections to all of them. But they might try to limit the scope of some testimony based on pretrial rulings, motions in limine, all that fun stuff. They might try to exclude little portions that they think might be problematic or too prejudicial. I do like the judge, Emma. I want to keep an eye on him. I'll see what other big cases he has coming up. First of all, he seems very friendly with the media, which is great. Even so much that just members of the public who are there, he's like, "Oh, you can't take pictures, but talk to the court. You can join the media pool." Like, yes, you can do that, which is really cool. So we like him. We're going to keep an eye on him. It's just looking. We just got a ruling in a case out of Mississippi that we've sort of had our eye on. This is it's a sad case. I mean, all the cases are sad generally, especially when murder's involved. But this was a case of a 14-year-old girl who fatally shot her mom and then tried to kill her stepfather. Shot and wounded him. The judge just ruled that cameras are coming in. So she is a teenager. She's not an adult. Cameras will be there. I think that would be an important one to look at. It's a very different trial than what we've watched. It's sad, but it's one that we're looking at possibly bringing to you as well. So that's slated for September if everything holds. There's still some big things that have to occur before it moves forward. Like there's a competency, like a mental evaluation and things that need to come in. So that's on the docket here. I'll add that to our upcoming list for September. 38 objections on first day. Yes, and there might be some objections here during this outside the jury's presence. We'll count these as well if they come up. True Crime Kitty. I think Ashley's going to take the stand in this one. I think she sort of has to. She has to tell her side of the story. She can't just let the crime scene investigators, the police, tell the story based on what they observed. I think there's anytime you have a set of facts, a lot of times they can be viewed from a different perspective and tell a different story. I think she needs to do that in this one. So I think she is going to take the stand. That's my bet right now. Interesting. It would be interesting to see what the actual temperature is in court. Just how cold it is. 64 degrees. That's cool. I mean, I like 64 degrees. I'd prefer to keep my house at about 68. Mrs. RA is probably closer to the 71 range, so point of contention. You don't really fight over it, though. She just wins. Surprised Eva wasn't questioned more. I'm glad she wasn't. The poor girl, losing both parents as a teenager has got to be absolutely terrible. And how much more so if the second one was allegedly, well, not allegedly, it was at the hands of your stepmother. Wow.
All right, we are back on the record. We've got all the attorneys and Ms. Benefield. Madam Clerk, are you okay? I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I heard you type, and I want to make sure that you were also ready. All right, first things first on my list is I still have a whole bunch of these transcripts from the 911 call. Do you want those back? Did you get one?
Yes.
Are you seeing a different behavior?
I probably just leave them here in case they want to re-listen to it. If they re-listen to it,
Now that the jury's gone?
they wouldn't get it.
They will not.
Okay. I can always get confused.
You know what?
Listen to it in the courtroom. I'll just leave them. If we don't use them, we don't.
Yeah. I just, for your edification, for everybody here's edification, and I meant to tell the jury this, and it's on my list, and I forgot. The boil water notice was extended to Wednesday.
Yes.
So continue to bring your bottled water or your sodas or your coffees or whatever it is. And I meant to tell the jury, it's okay because what's today, Tuesday?
Yes.
Oh, it is Tuesday. Hopefully.
10 a.m. tomorrow.
It's 10 a.m. tomorrow? Okay, well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Okay.
These are from containers or something.
No, it's the pond out back.
Well, I get thirsty.
Judge has the jokes.
And then, thank you very much, sir. I did get your amended witness list. It helps me keep track as we go. My notes are that, and this is for everybody's knowledge, Deputy Burley?
Burley. I was saying it wrong.
CST Dvorak, CST Conlon, and Eva Benefield have not been released from their trial subpoenas. So I know you all know what that means, but you need to make sure your witnesses, because some of these folks, either they're also employed at the sheriff's office or they may know each other, and they are strictly prohibited from having conversations with each other.
I'll speak to that.
Thank you. All right, let's talk about, you had some motions, and I said objections earlier, but they could also be motions in limine regarding Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers.
Yes, sir. So I thought we had pretty much established that we weren't going to vet the child abuse investigation. Nonetheless, in an opening statement, the state clearly went down that road to the extent of even designating that there were 5 of them, which now puts us in a position to have to respond to that unless it turns out to be a representation in an opening statement that never materializes. And as the court knows, and the court emphatically instructed them, what the lawyers say in opening statement is not evidence. So the concerns we have with Alicia Byers and with Dr. Russell is that we believe both witnesses' testimony is sought to go to the issue of child abuse. For multiple reasons, 403 of the Florida Evidence Code being merely one, and I don't need to re-argue this, the court's aware of it, we're all aware of it, the balancing act, given the potential prejudice. We don't think that that should be admissible, and we don't think we should go down that rabbit hole. In addition,
I apologize for interrupting. I do not intend to ask either one of them about child abuse.
But she brought it up already.
And if it helps, the reason I said 5 complaints was it's my belief that that comports with your ruling on what Detective Moreland can testify about. So that's why I represented that. It wasn't to get information out of either of these two witnesses.
Well, that certainly helps my argument, Judge. My understanding, for purposes of Detective Moreland, is that the court is willing to allow him to testify as to the criminal aspect of his involvement. The court should be aware that deputies do not conduct an investigation. They merely accompany the CPT or DCF representatives to protect them for their personal safety. There is no criminal investigation, so I point this out to you, Your Honor, in anticipation of when Deputy Moreland does come to take the stand. If the state doesn't plan to go into anything having a relationship to the allegations of child abuse, then I don't know that we need to go any further to discuss that it was, whether it's collateral or it doesn't relate to any material element of the offense.
Special K, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. Wow, huge gift.
Let me just clarify, that argument relates to Barbara Russell and Alicia Byers?
Alicia Byers, yes, and it may in fact relate to Deputy Moreland once I get a chance to voir dire him about his actual participation and whether or not he's just there for safety purposes to protect the DCF representative.
I can just represent, I mean, you can voir dire him if you'd like, but I can represent to you that he did his own independent criminal investigation. But he and the DCF or CPT people all work together. They all have their different goals. But he did investigate criminally.
Well, who would he be investigating? He would be investigating the target of the complaints. What relevance would that have to Ashley Benefield?
What I envisioned from all of this was I was allowing Detective Moreland to testify consistently with what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. That there were 5 complaints made. I think I allowed the month and the year. The alleged perpetrator being Doug Benefield. An investigation was conducted. The general allegations were, and whatever they were, and that the cases were closed with no action. Exactly what I allowed at the stand your ground hearing. And then I did not allow Kim Griffin. Remember that? That's the one from CPS. Was she going to be an expert? Then it was no, she's not going to be an expert. But we want her to testify about those same 5 complaints from the CPS aspect, that they were investigated and they were closed with no action. And that's where my ruling was no, because I think under 403 that allowing both of them to testify, and I completely understand that this is criminal, Moreland, right? If we have a silo, Moreland is criminal, 5 criminal investigations. Griffin is CPS, civil, 5 investigations. But my ruling was under 403, I thought allowing both of them to go into it could confuse the jury, mislead the jury into thinking, well, there were 10 investigations. So that's why I made the ruling I did. If you're asking me to revisit that, because I would allow Detective Moreland to testify that there were these 5 complaints that were forwarded to him. Is he CAC?
Yes.
So he was CAC at the time. They were investigating, in the information I gave.
How can I, if that comes out, how can I not bring out on cross that 2 of those complaints were from independent third parties, 2 professionals?
Well, I did not allow them to go into who made the complaints. that was the subject of a prior motion where I said, no, you cannot go into who actually made the complaints. The state is prohibited from going into that.
And I won't ask for names, I won't look for identifications, but I think I'm certainly entitled to show that it wasn't just Ashley Benefield.
And I don't know if he knows that or not, because I don't think that question was raised at the stand your ground hearing or any of the motions I've covered. It might have been covered in a deposition, so I'm not aware of it, but I don't know if he even knows who made the complaints.
Okay.
I don't know that he does.
I'm hard pressed to believe he conducted 5 criminal investigations and he doesn't know that 2 of the complaints came from the pediatrician and the psychologist.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to open a Pandora's box. I'm just saying I personally don't know. So you may want to talk to him tomorrow before he testifies, or maybe it was in the deposition. I don't know.
Okay.
But that's my ruling as of right now.
Yep.
Moreland can testify. Griffin can't. He can testify about those 5 criminal investigations that came to him as part of the CAC unit and the information that I allow. They want to get into more, you want less, so that's where it's not a compromise, but I think that's the correct legal ruling.
So now I have a second motion.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that Alicia Byers and Dr. Barbara Russell are not being called for purposes of child abuse, what possible relevance could they have to this?
I have no idea.
Why?
So is this the similar motion? They filed a motion in limine for me to force you to proffer your expert. Are you now motioning for me to force them to proffer theirs?
No, because if you would have granted theirs, then I would have said yes, but you denied theirs.
Goose and gander, but no, I denied it because I don't think there's any basis for that.
Okay, so I just want to alert the court that I'm going to be on guard for that, and there's going to be some objections potentially.
Understood. And
why can't we get this camera work
it happens
during
all
the
the
trial?
time where depositions have been taken or reports have been written or affidavits have been done, and you can file motions in limine to limit or restrict certain areas, but I don't have any of that in front of me.
Okay.
The last thing I heard about anybody was I granted the request to depose Russell, and I haven't heard anything since then. So, well, what else can we talk about this evening before I let you go?
How about the weather, Judge?
I have one small thing. We did do a stipulation for the ID of the victim.
Sure.
I think it's not an issue in this case. Nobody's objecting or arguing, but I just wanted that to be a part of the record.
All right.
I think she wants me to fingerprint it also, Judge.
I'm sorry, sir?
I think she wants my fingerprint on it as well.
If you would bear with me, Miss Benefield, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I just want to ask you about this trial stipulation that was just handed up. It's got the case style at the top, trial stipulation, and here's what it says. It is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the parties that the identity of the deceased victim is Doug Benefield, white male, date of birth 10/2/61, a human being. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. None of this is dated. It's got Mr. Taylor's signature. It has Ms. O'Donnell's signature, and it purports to have your signature right above your name and the word defendant. Is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions, but essentially, ma'am, do you understand that at trial, the state has to prove certain elements? One of those elements is that Doug Benefield is deceased and is deceased. They'll have other things they need to prove. But you understand, by entering into this stipulation, you're basically saying you don't have to prove that state. The defense is agreeing that the deceased victim in this case is Doug Benefield.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, fair enough. That's all I wanted to confirm. So I've got this. I'm going to give it to the clerk so she can stamp it in, and then you all tell me when you want the stipulation read. And I already have the limiting instruction or the instruction about stipulations.
And I don't even know if we need to read it. Okay, maybe we could read it during Dr. Vega to be certain, but
I will let you prosecute and defend your case like you see fit. Okay. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Hey, listen, I'm not sure that I need to have you here at 8:30. It sounds like it's worked out, and
Do I hear 9 o'clock?
Looks like it's going to be 9.
Do I hear 9:30?
Over my objection.
I thought you had something in the morning.
No, I have bond hearings. I ended up not having any bond hearings, and I don't have any case managements for tomorrow. Now, next week I do.
Judge, 9 o'clock is very much appreciated.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
But 9 o'clock start, so maybe 8:50, 8:55, getting all set up.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right, deal.
Joe, can we, will this be?
All right, we'll be off the record until tomorrow.
And they're off the record. There we go. So as they leave the courthouse, done for the day. Day 1 is in the books for the Ashley Benefield trial. We had, I believe, seven witnesses today. It's promising to be spicy with her mom potentially called as a witness tomorrow. And you're right. If her mom is a witness, she would not have been allowed to be in court. So that was not her that we saw previously. But interesting. I would say this this trial, I think it's going to have some spicy moments here coming up. I think it's going to be great. For a while, they were like defense and prosecution were sort of at each other. The objections were fast and furious, and then it got really calm and civil. I think we'll go in waves. I think it's going to return back the other direction. So tomorrow is probably going to be pretty spicy with some great testimony from witnesses there. Let's see. Do we actually have proof that he was the person that was on the live? Do you ask for this? Like, what are you asking for? Like, you want a morgue picture? I mean, I think that's something pretty easy to prove as long as they have the body. And in both cases, they had the body. Are we watching the Canton Circus Town meeting tonight? If it's going to be on Zoom, I'm going to say no. And I think they're continuing the Zoom thing. It's just they're cutting down the opportunities for people to speak out, and so it's going to be a nothing burger again. And I'm not going to call in again. I don't want to interrupt in the limited time they do make available for locals. So that's day 1 in the books. We're done. Quick recap. Ashley Benefield murder trial. She is accused of, I think I've got a fun little picture of her. Let's see. Let's do this one. There we go. There's Ashley Benefield. She's not giving us the bird. There's 2 fingers up. She's listening to her headphones. The Ashley Benefield is accused of murdering her estranged husband. She met this man, Doug Benefield, on, at a political convention. They dated, mostly texted each other for about 13 days, got married immediately at that point. Just shy of 2 weeks, they got married. He had a reverse vasectomy performed, reversed the previous vasectomy he'd had. It's a double whammy, guys. Ouch. She paid for it on her credit card. She got pregnant nearly immediately within a month or so, and then sort of went to go live with her mom while she was morning sick, and sort of they never got back together. They fell apart. She never told him when the baby was born, so he found out 9 weeks later that he had a child. Had to start court proceedings to get access to his child so they could have split parenting time. And as those court proceedings were coming to a head, they were helping move. They were both working in the same house, moving her stuff out of a house. He was still wanting to, I think, keep things going together, or at least be civil. But something happened. An altercation of some point happened. She's saying he attacked her. The state is saying this was a cold-blooded murder and pre-planned. But he ended up shot. She ran to the neighbor's house at some point thereafter. The neighbor called police. Police arrived and said his body was cold to the touch. But she had several guns in her house. She had a .380, she had a 9mm, she had a .45. She used the .45 to shoot him, and I believe 5 or 7 shots were fired. It's unclear exactly how many were fired, but we'll try to get that information. But a lot of shots fired. I think 2 hit him. 1 was fatal. But the fatal one struck just, I think, on his right side and went sort of laterally across his body, which was it's a tough angle to claim self-defense in, which is probably why she lost that case, because they're not facing you. There's no head-on threat. They're not coming at you. But lots of bullet holes, trajectories. Hopefully we get a little more information on that that'll help flesh out the crime scene a little bit. But here she is. She's charged with murder. We heard from Doug's cousin, who has a fantastic memory, unless you're asking him about interesting messages that he sent to Ashley. We heard from the stepdaughter, which would be Doug's daughter, who was just a sweet girl, poor girl, just a rough life. She's 23 now. She's Taekwondo and black belt, though. We heard from John Sant. He was the one who called 911. He was the neighbor. Good, nice neighbor. Everyone needs a neighbor like John Sant, honestly. Just a good guy. Deputy Thomas Burley, first responding officer, took up a position outside. Got Detective John Jones, one of the first to enter the house. He had identified the clothing of the decedent was wearing. Said he found 4 spent shells and 1 projectile in the bedroom. You've got Detective Tyler James Ackerman. He's the violent crimes detective. I think he was the one that you guys liked how he looked with the full beard. Then you've got CST Megan Dvorak. She was the first CST. Both CSTs started out as dispatchers and ended up in CST. So that's an interesting progression. Normally you go through like detective or something, but no. And she did the swabs, the DNA swabs. We're going to hear more about those swabs. That was the swab of the wrist, the forearms, the hands. We'll hear what results come back, because that could indicate some sort of struggle, or that there was at least contact between the two. And since they were fighting and not on good terms, that might be strong evidence in Ashley's defense. Then we had CST Amanda Common, or I spelled her name wrong. I wrote Common. That's not it. It's like Conlon or something. I think it's Conlon, Conlon. I'm going to say Conlon. She was also dispatched to CST. She's been in there for 17 years, though. She collected the firearm from the neighbor's house and photographed the house and photographed the other guns that were in the house. One in the backpack. I think that was 380 in the backpack. That was I can't remember the model. But the Springfield 9mm and the Springfield 45 round out the other 3. So one gun, the 9mm was kept by the peanut butter in the pantry. I guess that's where you keep firearms, all loaded. Anyway, we've got 8 witnesses lined up for tomorrow. It's going to be spicy. Thursday morning, defense rests. That's where we're going. So this is going to be a quick trial. We're going to be back here first thing in the morning. Court is going to start at 9 o'clock. So you guys got a little bit of sleep. Well, you and me get a little bit of a sleep in, which is going to be great. 38 objections so far, which is, it's not an all-time record, but it was pretty spicy. Most of those happened between the first 2 witnesses. So, great. All right. We're going to wrap up here today, let you guys have the evening off. Thank you all. I want to say welcome to all the new friends we've had. We've got, let me see if I can show you guys just 1 second. Let's see, it's on channel 3, right? There we go. We've got 5924, 59, it's going up, 59256 on subscribers. We've got a bunch of new people here. Welcome. If you're new here this first time, I'm so glad you made it here. First of all, we love that you're here. Second of all, just a couple basic ground rules. We're all friends here. And you might say, well, I'm not. I'm just brand new. Yeah, you are. You're here. You're a friend. We just ask that all the discussion be respectful. We don't call names. If you find somebody that just rubs you the wrong way, I just ask that you just block that person and don't have to say anything in chat. Everything will be fine. It'll be great. We can disagree. We can share things respectfully. And at the end of the day, we can still be friends and it will be wonderful. So please, if you haven't clicked the subscribe button, please do that now. And then join us tomorrow as we continue this trial. So I will say the same thing I say every time when we finish. That is tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning, 8:45-ish. 8:45, defense is going to rest on Thursday, so we've got a full day of trial tomorrow, and then defense picking up Thursday after one last witness. You guys, it's been a wonderful day. Have yourselves a good one. Let's see. I can fix something really quickly. Wait for it. Okay, now we're there. All right. See you guys.
Because he's the guy.
There's a lawsuit.
I was kicked back taking